Hey everybody, welcome back to Never Knows Best, as always. I'm your host Never, here with the Smoke Dragon again.
Hi.
Dragon Smoke
Huh?
The Dragon Smoke.
I'm confused.
Just moving around the words.
Figured.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Welcome to this thing that we do sometimes.
Apparently.
Why do we do this thing? I don't know. Actually, it's probably just because I can't shut the fuck up, and everyone around me is really sick of hearing me talk about most of the stuff that we're going to talk about today. And trust me, you're going to hate it.
I know I am.
So, I guess first and foremost, we were going to start with, this one, huh?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about starting with.
Okay. And oh no! I think I accidentally got rid of the Ben Shapiro page. We'll have to look for that again. We'll have to look for that again. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Everyone, shut up. But yeah, so today we're going to talk about Kanye West. Because, well, he's been accelerating down the rails on his way to going entirely off of them.
Start off with, mental health is a very, very important, very serious issue that a lot of people suffer from.
Yeah, I don't mean to be ableist here, but like there's like mental health issues, and then there's like uncontrolled and unaddressed mental health issues.
Unfettered?
Kind of, yes. Unchained.
Yeah.
Unleashed. Unsettling.
Yeah.
No, it's
in this case.
Yeah, when it comes to Kanye, like, yes, I feel very strongly that there's seriously something going on in a mental health way for this guy.
Yeah, that being said, he needs help, not publicity.
Yes, not publicity, not assistance at being out really hurtful to other people. He doesn't need a platform with which to speak freely things that probably are not in anybody's best interest.
Yeah.
Like, the whole thing is like, okay, so with anti-Semitism, right? And I get it, I guess. Like, you don't have to like people if you don't, but with any kind of racism, it's really stupid to just hate someone because of a thing about themselves that isn't a thing that they can help, isn't a thing that they chose, isn't a thing they can change.
Don't come into it with disappointment. Let them disappoint you. That's a terrible thing to say, though.
I mean, but I can kind of agree with that, though. Like, it sounds bad, but if you think about it this way, like,
I mean, that's what I do. It's literally just saying, like, everyone is on the same level, and how you respond, how you react, and everything, that's, my opinion of you goes up or down depending upon that, and then you get treated according to whatever level you're at.
Yeah, it's just true, legitimate meritocracy, but you start from a position of, I assume that you can at least do what you're expected to do.
Yeah. You're a child, I expect you to do child things. You're an adult, I expect you to do adult things.
I will give you all of the trust that you have not earned and none of the trust that you have disqualified yourself from.
Yeah. It's like, first, be a functional adult, and then as you validate the trust that I put in you, I will trust you with more things.
Well, see, and I gotta say one thing, though. Like, when it comes to being a functional adult, by a lot of metrics, Kanye functioned pretty well as an adult up until recently. Yeah, very successful, very famous, an entrepreneur. You know.
Yeah, no, like he performed as a successful adult. And I treated him as a successful adult, and then this started happening. That brought it down.
Yeah, so we're gonna watch a couple of interviews, and we're probably gonna have to lean on some other people's footage for some of this. I did try to go like directly to the source of these interviews wherever I could. Because I'm really trying not to just like ride on other people's coattails, even if other creators have like led me to these paths, and I want to give all the respect and all the proper, all the props to these people. But like I don't want to just be reacting to reaction comment my whole life.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for a lot of the stuff that, the last video that we did, a lot of it is very controversial. So a lot of the original footage is taken down.
Yeah.
So it's finding the footage where we can.
Yeah, it was one of the things I wanted to get further through the HD through Ethan's coverage of the Miranda Sings stuff, because like a lot of it was like, especially what Olivia was putting forward is she'd been following the whole thing, so she had actual knowledge of certain videos that had gotten put out that over time people ended up taking down because they got bullied or PMC8 or whatever. And like there's a whole lot that went in, because like, yeah, we got a third of the way through that one, through their coverage, and then I had to show you not even a third of the way through their coverage of it.
We got like 25 minutes into a 2-hour-long video, so less than a quarter.
Yeah, like a sixth almost. And it gets. I ended up watching the rest of it, and it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. Like it's real bad. But yeah, Olivia, I did confirm. Like she is like a member of the show.
Yeah.
And then just happened to have been going through this. So when it like came out, I guess Ethan asked her if she like.
Do you know anything about this? Yeah, I know a lot about it.
Yeah, so she spent like the whole night putting it all together.
Yeah.
Poor girl. But yeah, so we're gonna start off, I think, with here. Let's first. I want to use my button. I want to use the button. I gotta use the. Yeah, I pushed the button. Hi guys. There's a camera and shit today.
Yeah.
So we're not only leaning on other people's content, and you get to see our lovely faces, and that's what a smoke dragon looks like. If you haven't seen him before, he hides in some of my content.
Yeah, some of it's just circumstantial though.
It was circumstantial until I noticed it, and then it was very intentional.
Yes. The time that you put me behind your chat box for the Twitch stream.
That was awesome. Or the time I just put a censor strip over your mouth. No, it was over your eyes.
You put it over my eyes because that was the eating video.
Yep,
we were trying out the
that's right.
survival food.
Are you kidding me right now? Shut up, cats. That's rude. Don't you know we're over here doing work?
I think they were hissing at an empty cage.
No, they were hissing at each other.
Oh, okay.
They're both sitting right there. She came around the corner. Yeah, and then he hissed at her because she scared him, and then she was walking towards the cage and he just scared her and she almost jumped into it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're gonna watch this Piers Morgan footage here.
Yeah, this is kind of what I saw with the stuff with it. Like, I've not been paying attention to the Kanye West stuff at all, and I saw a clip of this. Yeah, big oof.
He's behind. We're all behind, though. That's why this video is us catching up. I should know more about this. I just haven't cared that much. Because, like, okay, because like, a guy going off the rails, I can see how that could be, like, you know, like, it's scary sometimes, you know, to like, watch somebody that you followed to some extent going off the rails, but also, Kanye was, like, a real dick about it.
Yeah.
For a long time, like, before he started going on the anti-Semitic track and the hyper-conservative and the, well, we'll get to all of that, like, he was being a real jerk to a lot of people for a long time.
Yeah, like, I stopped paying attention because Kanye was a jerk. And just being mean to people. And just like, all right, I'm not going to support somebody that does that. So yeah. I stopped watching because that's where the money comes from, is people watching him, people looking at this stuff. Yeah,
the attention and stuff. Yeah.
So it's like, all right, I'll stop paying attention. I'll play my part in trying to get him out of the spotlight. And then apparently it just got worse.
Well, and then, okay, so then, and I don't know how he reacted to this, but I can't assume it was super well. But when South Park, you know, made their responses to, like, him taking himself way too seriously, well, the whole fish dicks situation.
Yeah, and I remember hearing about the lawsuit that resulted from that. You told me about
that. See, like, I don't know how he, like, personally responded, but I do remember that he got, like, very upset about it. And, like, it's like, first of all, like, out of everybody in the world, the only dude I can think of who has, like, a real reason to be pissed off at Matt and Trey was Isaac Hayes. And to be fair, like, I get why they turned their backs on it. So he came out as, like, associated with some, we would find them to be less than sound political ideologies.
I mean, to some people, our political ideologies.
That's why I made that distinction. Matt and Trey apparently agreed, and due to some things that were going on, he decided he couldn't work with them, or they decided they couldn't work with him anymore. And then he got super mad and was like, well, y'all can't use, like, my voice or blah, blah, blah. So they were like, okay, cool. We won't use any of the new recordings, but we own a lot of these old ones. So they actually did an episode where they had Chef... I take voice.
Yeah.
They had Chef being mind controlled by Nambla, and basically had him say some very uncomfortable things and be presented. And it wasn't Isaac Hayes; it was Chef. But like, you know, I could see that really like pissing somebody off. Everybody else that they ever made fun of, it was very clear that they were being shitlords and that they didn't intend for it to really be upsetting to that person. In such situations where it's like, if you actually get mad at Matt and Trey, you're being way too fucking salty, bro.
But sir, are you a gay fish?
I ain't no gay fish. Do you like fish sticks? Well, yes, I like fish sticks in your mouth. Yes, I like fish sticks in my mouth. Then you're a gay fish.
Case dismissed.
I'm just so, but like the thing is that one thing Matt and Trey have always been really good at is pointing out the ways in which you actually are kind of a dick.
Yeah.
You know, like,
I mean,
it's by the time Matt and Trey bring it up, it's usually supposed to be something you're already pretty aware of.
Somebody must have told you before now.
Yeah, so at some point in this, we will look up whether or not, like, I gotta fact check the lawsuit and see if there was a response from Kanye. But I had the idea at the time, and I still have the idea now, that he probably, just like in the show, just didn't get the joke and got real mad about it. But that's possibly just me being very uncharitable towards Kanye.
Yeah, well, I mean, part of that's kind of what this video is. I'm expecting it to be, so
I want it to be fair to whatever it
I will
stands.
be absolutely fair.
And
as
balanced.
fair as I can be.
And TM and CNR.
Yeah.
Here on the show, no, I'm no affiliation, guys. I wish. I have a lot of respect for Cody Johnston, but all right, let's see if my buttons still work.
Take the children away.
Very much indeed for joining Piers Morgan Uncensored. My first question for you, I guess, is an obvious one. What do you hope to achieve from our conversation?
That right there, being uncensored. In American media, it's very censored. It feels like an episode of Black Mirror a lot of times. So I've put myself across the line, the point of no return, saying, hey, I know they're going to say whatever they want about me. And when I bring up the truth, they're going to say, you didn't get enough sleep. It's because of your health. They're going to call me names for my truth. But these experiences that I'm telling you about are factually things that I've went through and things that I refuse to keep going through and things that I'm not going to let my children go through and things that I'm not going to let my peers go through. No pun intended.
Well, look, we are most certainly uncensored on this show, and I want to give you the time and the platform to really explain yourself, because I think that sometimes sound bites about people, perhaps taken out of context sometimes, can create a very distorted view of what a person really thinks. What do you think, looking back over the last few weeks in particular, what do you think have been the biggest misconceptions about you?
Well, I think there's a left agenda to silence anyone that goes against the agenda. Let's go back to Trump running for office back in 2015. Everyone that was around me in my industry, in the entertainment industry, told me that my life would be over. I would be on the wrong side of history. I've even had threats to my life for wearing the Trump hat. And it even ended up in, destroying my family and also making it where I have to raise my children differently because I actually am a person that's classified as Black. I classify myself as Jew.
So I know that was one of the things in particular you wanted to discuss. So now you hear the context for that.
You can be Black and Jewish.
You absolutely can
simultaneously. There are multiple paths for that, both genetics for the genetic Jew and religiously for the religious Jew.
It's not a classification, though. like whether it's ethnic or religious, there are like parameters for that. If it's ethnic, those are genetic parameters, and if it's religious, there are, well, religious parameters.
The reason why I paused it, though, is because of the phrase, I am someone who is classified as black.
And I classify myself. Shoot, that, yes, that does mean he's disavowing or eschewing his own blackness, yes. At this moment right here, but also at this moment right now, classifying himself as Jew. Now, that is relevant just due to some stuff we're going to find out about later, but...
Yeah, like, I mean...
Yes, we all know. We all saw him with the hood. We all saw him with the black mask.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so that's in line with that.
I'm sorry, it's...
How do you feel about that? Like, how do you feel about somebody just, like, straight up being like, yeah, that they classify me as black?
Alright. It sparks the same thing in my head as the trans right argument that, for, you know, majority I've heard it from the conservative side, the Republican side of things, of the, like, like the transracial thing specifically.
Yeah.
But see, like, I identify as this thing, and it's like I
don't think you get to.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Like,
that is a tough one. Like, transracial, like, so then a lot of people have definitely heard, like, oh, so if you could just be a man or a woman, you could just choose to be what, the Apache attack helicopter is the big joke, right?
Yeah.
But you can't, though. Like, you can choose to identify as an attack helicopter, but seeing as an attack helicopter is not like a type of person at all. I don't feel like I have to treat you like an attack helicopter. Also, I mean, you don't have missiles.
I mean, I love the rebuttal that somebody gave to that online of the I identify as an attack helicopter. Oh, you can only function when 4 guys are inside of you?
Woo!
Like,
damn.
That whole thing, like, but no, it's like with the transracial thing and whatnot. Like, I can understand gender as a social construct, and therefore it not mattering. Like I've said before, my viewpoint on that stuff is a respect thing.
Yeah.
But, like, that's a noun. Like, you're identifying as a non-human. You're human. There's no...
Well, then you're getting into that whole, like, you know, truthism sort of argument of, like, so, okay, but then this person is not... You're saying it has to be that they're factually this thing, but that's not... And that's a stupid argument, but, like...
Well, it's like, it's a difficult conversation.
Well, I mean, you say that,
like,
you say that, but you know, like, Matt Walsh's kids book, right?
No.
It's about, as far as I understand, it's like a kid, and then I guess his mom decides that he's actually a walrus, and she's like parading him around as a walrus, and then, like, literally they're already using the argument that, oh, well, then I guess people can just be anything. And it's a terrible argument, but it's pervasive. It doesn't go away.
That bugs me, if only because of the fact of, like, growing up with the book I Am a Dinosaur. like that book was just meant to be fun and to explain imagination and everything like that, but
yeah. But what I was going to say about being transracial is being a member of any race is far more about the... And I hate it because it's going to end up being... Look, clip chimps, come on, come get it. But, like, lived experience is really important when it comes to identifying as race. Race itself doesn't exist. It's a social construct. So the things that go into that social construct, the things that help someone qualify, are things like being born into certain situations, the lived experience you've had from birth, the way you were raised, the people you were raised by, the things that were expected out of you growing up. All those things come into race. And that's problematic because then there are people who are dark-skinned, for example. They look like me, but were, say, adopted, or were raised by people who held to different cultural standards, or are Black Africans as opposed to Black Americans. Because if culture is important, then there would be a distinction there. But racially there isn't considered to be one. It's such a weird thing.
Yeah.
Transracial is just, I think there's a lot more that would need to even go into the conversation of what race is before anyone could really be like, well, I'm changing from this one to this other one.
Yeah, no, I can understand that as well. Like,
And then there's the concept, like, he says he classifies himself as Jewish. Sounds like it's in opposition to the racial question, but as you pointed out, that classification is not always an ethnic classification. It can just be a religious classification.
yeah.
Is Kanye saying that he feels that he is ethnically Jewish, or that he is identifying himself as racially Jewish? I don't know yet. We're going to have to find out.
Well, I mean, if he is foregoing the black...
Well, like I
in
said,
favor
that
of Jewish,
sounds
but yeah.
like it in context, but that is something you would only be able to discern from a person who is known to speak in a logical manner.
Yeah, that's fair.
And this man is not like he will in this interview already. He's already started talking about a thing and ended his sentence in a completely different direction. So
Yeah, no, I'll grant you that one. So let's see what...
yeah, let's see what he says. What do you mean by this, Ye?
But a person is classified that had been given that title in America as black, in America that I'm supposed to stay in a block of a vote. You never heard the term white vote. So why is there a term black vote? How is that okay? It sounds just as racist as a black drinking fountain.
Okay, but no, there absolutely is. The concept of the white vote is absolutely a thing.
Yeah, it's, you know...
There's the white vote, the black vote, the Hispanic vote, the gay vote, the straight vote. There's every demographic is described by that demographic when speaking about them in terms of voting as a block.
Yeah, the main reason why you don't hear about it is because it's so racially charged.
Well, I mean, like I said, I brought up other characteristics.
Well,
there's also the senior vote versus the younger vote.
Yeah.
Like, so I mean, and there's what you call it, the young adult vote, and then there's the class votes, the poor vote versus the rich vote versus the middle class vote. But with all that,
Yeah, well, it's more like...
you may be expected to vote with your block, but most people are part of more than one of those blocks.
Yeah.
And secondarily, like, you don't have to vote with your block. Who cares what they expect you to vote? Your vote's between you and the poll. That's a...
Yeah. No,
like-
what I was talking about was more along the lines of the reason why you don't hear the term white vote is because of the fact that...
because that's racially charged. I guess so, but I mean,
Well,
I get his point though. Then why is it cool to say the black vote?
Well,
But I do hear the phrase the white vote though. That's not something that's rare to hear.
the first time I remember actually hearing it was with Trump, actually.
I definitely heard it before then. When we were talking about Bill Clinton getting the black vote, it was in opposition to his opposition getting the white vote. And then the idea of Democrats, around Trump getting the black vote, but the white and Hispanic vote tending to go towards Trump.
Yeah. No, it's like stuff like that, but like it's
if you're gonna make the point, the black vote, the white vote is implied.
Yeah.
And so is the Asian vote, the Latina vote, the Irish American vote. Like, those are all implied.
Yeah.
But
So it's just like it's like absolute implications there.
yeah,
It's like it's
well, I'm just saying it's implied. I have heard it explicitly stated like my whole life, but like it's definitely implied there. His whole point here is, oh, well, I'm part of the black vote, so that means I have to do this way. But if I don't feel like I'm that way, then I guess that must mean I'm part of the Jewish vote. Yeah, no, it's nonsense.
yeah.
Let's go. Here, let's just go ahead. Just go ahead.
And my dad, called me. He said, the thing that the left fear about Ye or makes me the most dangerous is I'm rich. And that's the point. Tupac told me back in the days, you had to get your money right.
I just gotta be snarky, but like, is that word for word verbatim what your dad said to you? Because that sentence makes no fucking sense.
Right, and then you go to war. So I'm going to war. I don't have.
It's gonna be a thing, guys.
I mean, specifically, it's the problem that I have with a lot of these things is the term war being used in it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is much closer to war than the trans thing.
Oh yeah, no, it's especially again given things he's going to say in future videos we're gonna watch.
Given things that are happening around the, racial issues in general and whatnot. It is,
Well, we're gonna have to have it. We're gonna have to have a conversation about Zionism / globalism.
yeah, but this is still, like, what he's specifically talking about right now. At this point in time right now, I cannot condone it as war.
Oh no,
And the state use of that phrase in it, I just have to comment on.
it's just super American at this point, though.
Yeah, I know, and I hate that.
Everything's a goddamn war.
It isn't, though.
No.
Have endless resources. I only have like maybe, honestly, only maybe $120 million in my account. But what I'm not going to let happen is I'm not going to let my kids take over Yeezy someday and have a boardroom telling them what to do and talking behind their back. I'm not going to let that happen to my children. So I have to fight right now. And the other powerful icons in black music, when they were at the top of the game, they didn't fight at that point. They were too afraid of losing whatever they had. So by the time they wanted to make a difference, by the time Bill Cosby wanted to buy NBC, he didn't have the Cosby Show at that time to be able to stand up when they wanted to literally throw him in jail, where they actually did throw him in jail. So.
Which time?
Well, I mean, so if he had owned NBC, it's perfectly fine to let him out on the street.
I was gonna say, so you're saying if he'd owned NBC, he would just still be assaulting people?
And that's a good thing, apparently? Like, he seems to be arguing in defense of that.
Doesn't taste good. This tastes great. That doesn't taste good. Oh, god damn it, yay.
What's the phrase? If it looks like shit and it smells like shit, don't put it in your fucking mouth.
Is that a phrase? I feel like that's just common sense. I feel like if that has to ever be a phrase, you got bigger problems on your hands.
I vaguely remember my grandfather saying it.
You've got bigger problems and stinkier messes on your hands.
But
oh god. All right. Yeah, just come on. Let's just go.
People have to understand just the bravery. There's so many people everywhere. I know everyone can relate to being afraid to say what you're going to feel because you feel like you're going to you're going to lose something. So whether you agree with me or not, I believe people are going to feel the fact that someone is brave enough to say something. Every day I do 5 things that people have been historically killed for. Every day. And it's just, I want to prove, first of all.
Can you tell us what those 5 things are? Like, if he goes into it later on in the video.
I can think of 5 things I do pretty much every day that I would have gotten historically killed for. Depending on what point of history.
Yeah, depending on what point of history, there are 5 things that I do every day that I could get killed for. This is one of them.
This is one of them for me.
I mean, technically, I could be killed for that too. It's just less likely to happen.
No, see, because all you would have to say is that you were actually chastising me.
Yeah, but I'm not going to say
for
that.
daring to disagree.
Yeah, but I'm not going to say that, which is why I would be killed.
No. But this thing isn't something you'd be killed for. It'd only be avowing it. But actually, he has some really good ideas about how we could change the country for the better. No, you're hung right next to me.
Yeah. But it's like
I was just gonna say like sodomy. I don't always have sex in the missionary position.
Yeah. Right.
Hell, I don't ever have sex in just one position. Sodomy.
But it's just like
Luckily, that's not illegal in this state.
Yeah. All right. Let's see if he goes into.
You just want me to stop talking about sodomy.
I am Jew also. The 12 lost tribes of Hebrew. Do the math. Do your research on it. We have got our culture ripped from us and then told we were just simply void of color, which is another definition for black.
void of color is black?
Technically, yes.
Okay.
But more in a light sort of context rather than
Ah.
color. The absence of light is black,
Okay.
and all colors of light mixed together is white, versus the absence of color is white, and all colors mixed together is black. I don't know why they're opposite. I don't know why they're opposite. It really makes no sense to me.
Alright. Secondly, can we just comment on...
Jewish is
Video-
another definition for black.
No.
I mean,
Like, I mean,
it's cool. I'm not saying it's strictly wrong. It's just also not strictly right.
I mean, I don't know enough about the... I don't know enough about the Jewish histories, stories, for lack of a better term, the Jewish mythologies associated with that he is referencing enough to be able to state one way or another about it.
Yep. Also, never ever be afraid of calling any religion or its backstory mythology on this channel, my friend.
But the just the prevalence of the phrase "do your research, do the math," stuff like that. Like,
Oh yeah, man.
it's like, I'm not gonna tell you what it is. Just figure it out for yourself. And it's like, in this circumstance, like I said, I don't know enough about what he's specifically talking about.
Well,
But-
let's say that the area in which these tribes would have had their advent, based on the literature, would have been in an area that would be heavily ethnically African, Pan-African.
Okay.
The Middle East area. It was basically northern Africa and then like southwestern Asia sort of area.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, like it is still one of those things. Some of those tribes definitely came from black-skinned people. I mean, they're all Pan-Africans. The idea of Middle Easterners being genetically distinct from Pan-Africans is interesting because there's so much genetic overlap there that it's just a different phenotype.
Difference between Irish and Scottish, but don't let them hear that.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, we would get into the same arguments, honestly.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like, yeah, I wouldn't say Hebrew is another word for black, but I would say there's a lot less distinction between Jewish people and black people, ethnic Jews and black people, than a lot of Americans would immediately intuitively assume.
Yeah, and there's a lot that goes into that specifically, but right now this video is about Kanye. So
Yeah.
let's find out what other stuff comes from the mouth.
But if we knew we were a culture and knew we were a people the way the Jewish people know, then we wouldn't abort ourselves. We wouldn't shoot each other dead in the streets and then rap about it. We wouldn't brag about, having sex with each other's wives. We would keep our families together and we would do business together. The most dangerous place for a black person in America is actually in our mother's stomachs, because 50% of black.
No. He's about to say 50% of black babies are aborted. No. It's not true. We can look up the stats if you want to, but I don't think it's true.
No, I don't think it's
I'm
true
gonna look up the stats just because I don't want to say a sweeping declaration like that and find out that I'm wrong. Because if I'm wrong, yeah, that does need to be addressed.
Yeah.
But I also wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say it's the most dangerous place.
It's not. That is
Prison.
very racially charged.
Oh yeah, very much. Boop-a-doop-a-doo, wow. I don't even know if there's gonna be.
A
Here we go.
stat specifically for that.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably not stats specifically for this. I'm trying to see if there's any stats that even break it down by those particular criteria.
No, but like
And I'm not seeing any. Okay, here we go. This is so this is not going to be in good faith.
right to life. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna need source needed. It says abortion has taken more Black American lives than every other cause of death combined since 1973.
I mean,
I don't believe that.
I don't know. I have trouble believing it because of the fact that the anti-abortion policies and all of that stuff are kind of made primarily to keep the lower class, quote unquote, in check. That's one of the statements made about the entire movement. So with that way of thinking, the historically lower...
Well, that's one of the things is there have definitely been historically higher rates of abortion in Black communities. And a lot of that comes to higher rates of, like, unreasonable pregnancies due to such things like terrible family planning, based on lower education around sex and lower education in general in certain areas, higher prevalence of certain types of crimes, due again to a lot of cultural factors.
Yeah.
But one of the reasons for that was because it was offered as a solution during the 70s.
Yeah. No,
Directly aimed at Black and Hispanic communities.
Yeah, and it's just
it's as far as like the reason I stepped against that is because I know it's been disproportional, but that has been a figure that's been improving over the past 30 years. And so
yeah, and it's a far cry to go from something like that to the most dangerous place in the world.
Yeah. Well, and then even right to life statistics did not have it come in at 50% in Michigan.
Yeah.
So like, and dude, honestly, I would expect them to have even more hyperbole than him at this point.
I mean, than him?
Yeah, no, even than him. I could expect him to be wrong, but I could expect them to intentionally inflate the numbers to make their point.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like, I can see him being wrong and repeating something he'd heard, but I wouldn't expect what he'd heard to be worse than some of the people I assume to be the worst at it.
Yeah, which kind of gives a vote towards intentionalism with some of the stuff that he's saying here.
Maybe, but it's again, like, part of it when I bring up the mental health thing, it's one of the issues I think he has is okay, so to bring up like neurodivergency, it's been stated as kind of a stereotype that, like, for example, if a neurodivergent person doesn't understand why a rule exists, they probably won't follow.
Yeah.
But if they do understand why it exists, they will be pissed off that no one else is following it. So it's just like, imagine if you take somebody who's got a very similar brain to that, and then you give them a lot of explanations that seem reasonable as to why this thing is. Now this person fervently believes it, and it will be very difficult to move them off that position. I think that's kind of, I think it's like, honestly, like, at the end of the day, I feel like Kanye was weaponized by people who then lost control of the weapon. That's what this kind of, like, especially how quickly, because this was like 8 months ago. Yeah. And then the hooded Nazi thing was like 3 months ago. So like, it was so quick to go from like this level where he'd made the DEFCON tweet to identifying as Jewish to a couple of months later with what he has to say.
Yeah.
I feel like, yeah, he got fed a whole lot of information because he started saying these things, and a lot of people were like, oh yeah, Kanye, have you heard about this? And then he just, like I said, bro, your dog whistle's broken.
Weaponized ignorance.
Yes, except, unfortunately, the weapon is more powerful than they intended.
Alright. Let's let him finish his sentence at least.
Oh god, but why? I hate hearing... Okay, go ahead.
Black deaths a year in America is abortion, currently. I mean, I can keep going, but I want to make it, hey, boom, ask me questions, let's go.
I don't want to jump in too much, because here's what I honestly think. I think you have an extraordinary mind. You have a number of extraordinary talents. You're a musical genius. You're a fascinating public figure. What has been interesting to me is to watch the furore which has erupted in the last few weeks over a series...
He said that word very strangely.
Yeah, no, it's just...
Furore.
Was that intentional?
I couldn't even tell you, man. Piers usually speaks pretty well, so...
That's... Eventually, I'll get down the button, so I push them in the right order because I unmuted the mic before I paused it.
Yeah, is pause mic and then mic pause.
Yeah.
Series of statements that you've made, which have caused, as you know, a lot of offence. And I guess before I get into them, I'm just curious as to whether you think there is a line for free speech. Listen, I completely agree with you that there is a war against free speech, that people are, treading on eggshells all the time, terrified of expressing honestly held opinions in case they get cancelled. I think we're living in a really insidious era where liberals are behaving like fascists. So on that, you have absolutely my agreement. But my question for you...
So, as I said, I don't agree with Piers Morgan very often, but I at least believe that he tries his best to do a journalism every now and then.
Do a journalism. Yeah, that's the way I put it.
But liberals are acting fascist. I love the argument that the group of people that put together a very loose organization of people to make sure that fascists don't come to their protests and beat them for protesting gets called more fascist than the fascists.
Oh, we're gonna defend our right to, talk. Oh, you guys are being fascist because you're not letting me
stop you from talking.
Yeah.
I just don't understand the idea that, like, okay,
oh, you won't let us beat you?
Yeah, if the thing was, okay, they brought these guys out here to come and punch us if we didn't like what they said, okay, sure. But again, if they brought people that were willing to punch you, that usually doesn't mean that they, didn't have... Okay, look. If I showed up with two of my biggest friends to a business deal, right, regardless of whether they can fight, what the situation is, if I bring specifically two of my biggest friends to a business deal, the idea that I must be bringing forward is, at some point, someone's probably going to take what's on my end of the business without giving me what's on their end of the business.
I mean, what was the phrase? Speak softly and carry a big stick. The threat of violence is not violence itself.
Yeah.
Those kind of concepts melding together.
But if I brought two big guys with me to this business deal, I'm making the statements generally that I think I'm going to get robbed. I'm not bringing the two guys with me to do the robbing. Because what I would do is I would usually do the deal and then I would leave and then I would send guys to do the robbing. Because, plausible deniability. I'm only bringing the guys with me so I have plausible defense.
Yeah.
Right? And this is not a notebook of how to do crimes, guys. This is just, basic common sense. If somebody shows up with backup, it's because they're worried.
Yeah. That's the thing that a lot of people don't seem to get.
Well, the other thing is if we're protesting here, and then you guys show up to stop our protests, but there's people stopping you from doing that, how is that a fascism more than the stopping of the protest? John Doyle showing up at the HCB, or excuse me, HBCU rather.
Yeah.
John Doyle showing up at the HBCU and having two bodyguards with him along with his camera crew, and then kind of trying to downplay that he had them, but it's but dude, why did you show up with bodyguards?
I mean, because he knew he was doing something dumb.
But he didn't show up at any of the other places he went with bodyguards. When he went to the feminist rally and told them that they were being basically crazy bitches, he didn't bring any fucking bodyguards with him there. Why not?
I mean,
he didn't feel threatened walking into that situation.
Yeah.
So and by the way, from what I understand, most of the time when those protests would happen, it's not like somebody reached out to the shadowy organization Antifa and was like, hey, can y'all send help? It's usually somebody who was involved in both the protest group and also Antifa was like, hey guys, they're doing a protest, let's go back them up.
Yeah.
So, the idea again that that's fascist somehow, fascists don't go out of their way to help other people. They just go out of their way to help themselves.
Yeah. No, it's...
Look how angry Kanye looks right now, by the way. He just look grumpy. Oh, he did a little grumpy face.
I mean, most of the pictures that I see with him, he's like that. Which I'm perfectly fine with because his teeth creep me out.
He does kind of... see, now that's unkind. That's because of a car accident. Seriously.
That's why they're in a straight line?
Yes. He had a whole bunch of facial reconstructive surgery.
Okay.
Yes, it's uncanny because like his jaw is clearly not the right shape, but his teeth are.
Yeah.
Yes, that's because of a car accident.
All right. It's still weird.
I mean,
It's a personal.
that
thing
is
with me.
exclusionary language and is not welcome on this channel. Not on my Christian Minecraft server. I love that meme. That's my favorite meme, by the way, of all of the memes. I
Yeah.
never get to use that. I'm so happy I got to today.
All right.
For you, is do you believe there are limits to free speech? And if they are, what are they?
There are no limits to free speech. It's all context, right? Tarantino can write a movie about slavery where actually him and Jamie, they got the idea from me because the idea for Django, I pitched to Jamie Foxx and Quentin Tarantino as the video for Gold Digger. And then Tarantino turned it into a film. But in that film, he puts a context, he creates a context where Leonardo DiCaprio is allowed to use the word multiple times within that context. So Hollywood.
Okay, so two things. One, yeah, we're actually like trying to be historically accurate, and a complete douchebag, like what was his name, Candy or whatever. He would have definitely done that, and it was definitely not framed in a way like it was okay for him to say it. Yes, there's a white dude on a screen saying the N-word. Everyone who is watching is aware that this guy is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Furthermore,
And it takes away from the actual immersion and the quality of the movie if
this particular dude is somehow being PC.
if Leonardo DiCaprio is like, I'm not going to say that word, and decides just
but
forego
that's
it.
the whole thing, right? So did you hear about that?
No.
So that was a whole thing, that DiCaprio was super uncomfortable about saying the word, and Jamie Foxx was all like, it's gonna be okay, man, it's like, it's all good, we're gonna get through this together. And then Samuel Jackson's like, motherfucker, this is tough for you, but for the rest of us, this is Tuesday. Do your goddamn job.
Yeah. No, I think it's...
And it's okay. So I think you're allowed to say the N-word when Samuel Jackson is yelling at you to say it. I think you're fucking allowed.
I mean, as long as he'll put that effort into telling everyone else.
He did.
Why?
He had a lot of fun talking about this in an interview, and then went out of his way to try and get the interview to say it. The guy was like, I'm not gonna say it. He's like, come on, say it. Say the fucking word. He's like, all right, you're not gonna say it, then let's move on. Because like, I'm not talking about it anymore. If you're not gonna, if you can't be as strong as Leonardo DiCaprio was on that day, let's move on.
I mean, to be fair, Leonardo DiCaprio, the effort that he puts into his films.
I'm not saying anything.
I will give him credit for that.
I'm not saying anything about him, and I understand his thing of like, I really, like, I know you're sitting here telling me it's okay, but I really don't want to say that to you, and like.
But it's you got to be historically accurate in that sense as well, and it's the thing of like.
And Sam Jackson's thing was like, I don't give a fuck. This your job.
Yeah.
Imagine one of my people in this time being like, I just don't feel comfortable doing that job, sir. I think that's where Sammy was coming from with that way. Like, dude, I feel you, and it's not comfortable for any of us, but this is what we signed up for, so we gonna get it done.
Yeah.
And that's because Samuel Jackson is a motherfucking cheat. I'm sure, right? I'm sure that there are bad things about Sam Jackson, but I cannot say for the life of me I've heard them.
I mean, it's similar to the fucking last video that we did, me talking about Keanu Reeves. Like, I'm sure there's bad things about him.
You never either his PR is impeccable, or he's probably actually legitimately usually a pretty damn good guy.
Yeah. It's like the possibility exists, but
Like, Sam Jackson too, he's got way more chances to be, seen as flagrant or unpleasant. Like,
there have been people that have tried to paint him in that light, and everyone else is just sitting there like, no, he
can be a little gruff sometimes, but usually it's played off as like a joke. He's trying to just encourage you, and sometimes that encouragement needs to come with Sam Jackson's acting voice.
The whole thing that kind of started becoming public with the I'm tired of these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane. Yeah. And
I'm tired of these monkey fighting snakes on this Monday to Friday plane. I love TBS so much.
But there are some times when you need that kind of encouragement and that level and
It's
that
true.
intensity.
It is true. Hey, look, that's why he was the best person ever to read the audiobook for Go the Fuck to Sleep. Guys, I swear to God, I'm not just trying to dick ride fucking Sam Jackson, but like his body of work, his interactions with people, his composure during interviews, these all speak for themselves.
Yeah.
There's a reason he got a purple lightsaber, y'all.
All right. Let's see what are they?
Its job is to frame things, and they allow what context, what content is accepted and what's not. We have our thoughts. You know, everyone has thoughts and ideas, and then people try to manipulate your thoughts and ideas. In order for humanity to move forward, we have to be free to think and then to actualize. I like the word actualize better than execute. If you think about execute's a negative word, actualize to be more positive.
That was almost 30 seconds that time, dude. We're doing good.
We let him. I tried to let him finish the sentence, but he kept going on.
So just for the record, over here on the Steam Deck, I actually do have some timers set up if we actually want to try and like let it run for a little bit.
Did you set that up because I kept pausing?
Yes, I did.
All right, now on to what he's actually saying. It's just the
Oh yeah, negative word. Execute is a negative word.
yeah, and I can kind of understand that kind of viewpoint on it.
Well, but
What he was saying right
even
before
as completing the final task that will be done in someone's life, it was execution of the king's orders. That's where that came from.
yeah, no, I know.
It was never like executing doesn't mean killing.
Yeah.
It's not a negative word. It just means getting it done.
Yeah,
Just
but
in this case, it's your life. But in the case he's talking about, he's like actualizing. I hate that word.
well, there's also like that's the part that I want to talk about is the thoughts to actions thing.
Oh yeah, dude. Honestly, I prefer manifest to actualize. Man, actualize is just.
Well, it's just on the top.
Is it?
We all have thoughts. Some of us are able to realize that the thoughts that we have should not be voiced, should not be acted upon.
I would say acted upon because I say pretty much everything that falls out of my stupid brain.
Well, I mean, like I even have some stuff that I'm just like I think it and I think that's never going to leave my fucking brain.
Yep. I
That's
have to pee real bad. Oh my goodness, guys! I drink too much coffee. Specifically before these streams, I drink too much coffee.
yeah. But like we all have these thoughts and we all sit there and think that's not something that the world needs to know. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? Is that a philosophical discussion towards our inner nature? I don't know. But the way he's talking about right here is literally just a thing. There's the back button for this. But the way he's talking about it right now is literally just a thing of like every single thought that you should have, you should act upon. And it doesn't sound right to me.
If you got it muted, you gotta stay on the camera, or else they'll be like, "Wait, where did they go?"
No, the only reason I moved was to let you sit down.
I know.
So
I'm just teasing.
But what I was just saying is just like on that thoughts, like the way he's talking is like every thought that crosses your head you should act upon, like you're justified in acting upon. It's like we all have those thoughts that no, don't.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be good. You know it's not gonna be good. Don't do it.
True. I just want to pick on what he's saying there, just the idea again, because like that's true, but then again, there's lots of thoughts you have that are good, and you can actualize those thoughts. I just hate the word actualize because again, to make something real, that's not actualizing it.
No. Manifesting is probably one of the better terms for it.
Well, I mean, the best word for it is realizing.
Yeah.
Actualizing is just an unnecessary synonym. That's why I don't like it. It's just, there's already a word for that. You don't need to make a whole nother word for that, especially when the context hasn't changed even a little bit.
Yeah.
That's my problem with it. But me and my pedantism.
Yeah. Let's see what else he has to say.
Except for the fact that it has the word act in it, and everyone's an actor, especially in Hollywood. I'm like top 5 writers in human history, so I really get into the power of words, and I feel very akin to Capote, Freud, Nikola Tesla, Da Vinci, Matisse, more Matisse than Picasso, more African cubism than Matisse. So I just do that. I throw out that kind of for the liberals. And that's the funny thing.
I thought this was uncensored. Why'd they just bleep that?
You know what? That is a good question that you're going to need to direct to Piers himself, because... you know why? Because it's Piers Morgan Uncensored on YouTube.
Fair. Fair. That might be why.
I think it is. I think Piers Morgan Uncensored is the name of the show.
I just wanted to, like... It's supposed to be uncensored. Why'd you censor it?
It's like
well,
liberals.
let me hold you up on that.
Me.
On Matisse, when you say you're more Matisse than Picasso, as somebody who's a fan of Matisse and Picasso, actually, I spent a lot of time in Saint-Tropez where they all used to paint together. Why do you say Matisse? What is it about Matisse that you feel an affinity with?
I feel like Drake is more Picasso and Ye is more Matisse. When we talked about, when me and Drake went to do the show last year for prison reform and to bring awareness to the incarceration of Larry Hoover, I sent him articles about the relationship of Matisse and Picasso and the need for these people. You need to have that. I need to go into the bar and go to Starbucks. That's a form of a modern day bar, right? And just hear a Drake song playing back to.
But what about bars?
Bars exist.
Bars are modern day bars.
Starbucks is at closest a modern day cafe.
I'd say before I'd say Starbucks would be a modern day bar, I'd say like a juice bar or an oxygen bar or a milk bar. Well, milk bar is just a bar.
Yeah.
But if there was a bar that just like was for different types of milk, that'd be like a modern day bar.
Yeah.
No, and also people don't act at all in Starbucks like they do at bars.
No, they don't. I'm sorry. I've never had a bar where they yelled your name.
Oh, I have.
To come and grab your stuff, but like I've heard they exist and everything.
Well, I mean, not so much the bartenders. I mean, the customers don't act the same.
Well, yeah, no, like there's definitely a different.
It might have something to do with the fact that one serves a stimulant and the other one serves a depressant. I don't know.
Maybe.
Those things definitely do seem like they would lead people to be in very different mind frames.
Yeah. I think we made it a minute.
Back. And Drake needs to go into that same Starbucks just in a different city and see people wearing Yeezys. And it puts us both back into the studio. And, God sets up these almost similar characters, these doppelgangers, it makes me really realize God has a sense of humor. Like, why is John Galliano and Mark Jacobs the exact same human being, just placed in a different place? Or why does God have it where Bernard Arnault cannot purchase Gucci, not even through the Chinese market? God does this to remind us that we are not God. Because when you take people like Elon Musk and Bernard Arnault and Trump or Jack Ma, Putin, you take these people in their own space, in their own environments, you know, we can start to feel like gods on earth, but we are nothing in comparison to God. And we are here actually to love one another and to collaborate and to make the world a better place. There's, 1% of the world.
We're here to love one another and everything, but I'm not black.
Yeah, right. Well, and then also like just he's just rambling. I don't even like.
I'm still waiting for him to actually get into the point of how he's Matisse and Drake is Picasso.
Yeah, or why those are the two people he chose.
Yeah, like
and if you're not black and you're like, then why is okay?
Yeah, there's a lot.
There's a lot. There's just a lot. It's just a whole lot. It's a whole lot while being nothing at all at the same time.
And there's so much more.
Oh yeah, we do not have to go through this whole thing. Like I said, you can skip forward if you want to skip him just like rambling about shit and just sort of like seek through and find questions you actually want to engage with. But I just wanted to give this as like this is the middle point. The next video we're gonna watch, this is like him a couple of years back on the Joe Rogan Experience. Joe Rogan is not one of my favorite people.
I mean, neither is Pierce.
But Joe Rogan, again, I wouldn't give him journalistic integrity, but he challenges the people who come on his show.
Yeah. So
like he'll find something that like even if he likes you, he'll find something that you're a little uncomfortable discussing and it'll make you go into it. So I never heard this particular interview, but I heard a lot of quotes and clips from it, which were just like, to me, the seeds of everything that was to come. So let me go. Do you want to watch a little more of this? You want to get a little further in here?
I want to at least make it to that one comment that I don't know how far into it is though.
That comment already came up.
No, it didn't. Not yet.
Which comment?
Is literally a statement of him achieving the status of
status
white
of
person.
white man. Yeah, that's right.
That's the comment that
I have no idea how far in that is.
I don't know. That's the
thing.
thing.
You say you want to get at least that far? I mean, if that's the last thing he says, I'm blaming you.
All right.
Are placed in power, and 99% of the world are the audience. So that 1% of the world, this idea of a United Nations, this is the world that needs to come together. This is the world that, I mean...
I didn't even make fucking 10 seconds. That is what he's describing not sound like a narcissistic point of view. 1% of the people are performers and 99% of people are the audience. You are all here specifically for the purpose to watch me do what I do.
You just took a conflation because, one, when it comes down to it, yeah, there is a huge amount. Okay, if you look at any performance, it is drastically, there's a disparity in how many performers there are to how many audience members.
Yeah.
If you look at any global audience, same thing. What he's saying already is fine. You made the conflation that means that the 90% are the 99% are there for the 1%. He didn't say that. All he said was, not everybody's a performer. And that is objectively true.
I mean, okay. This is why I paused and wanted to comment on it. If I let that stuff sit in my head, then I usually end up with the wrong conclusion. So discussion.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I agree with you. He probably means that. He just did not say that.
Okay.
Here's the obvious go-to. Biden doesn't listen to placed in power, a better of one another, and to collaborate and to make the world a better place. There's, 1% of the world are placed in power, and 99% of the world are the audience. So that 1% of the world, this idea of a United Nations, this is the world that needs to come together. This is the world that, I mean, here's the obvious go-to. Biden doesn't listen to Elon Musk. The president of the United States does not have meetings with Elon Musk. That is, hey, here, come get me. That's retarded.
Why did you not bleep that word?
Well, interestingly enough, as ableist as it is, retarded is not seen as hate speech or super negative by a lot of people. It's not restricted by YouTube.
Okay.
And let's just say the people on the right have a tendency to use it. But also for the record, Vouch uses retarded all the time. He drops the R-bomb all the time, man.
It just, with how much it's censored in like
In current
people
YouTube,
talking.
yeah. Well, that's because those people are trying to be sensitive.
All right, fair.
Like, there's no expectation of that sensitivity, I guess, which seems weird when there's that expectation for sensitivity for so many different things.
They censored it
Yeah.
in the captions, though.
The auto-generated captions
Yeah,
will
no,
tend way towards everything. I've seen the word crap said out loud and censored in the auto-gens.
All right. Going on to the, like, I agree with the thing that you said before I unmuted the mic and whatnot. It's like, yes, Biden does not have meetings with Elon Musk. Why would he need to?
Yeah. Elon Musk is a billionaire.
He is...
That's it. That's what he is in his essay. He's a billionaire.
He is one of the bigger representations we have of corporation.
Mm-hmm.
Corporation and government should not be working together.
No, they should not.
That's
Most people are aware of that.
yeah. I don't know.
But then again, there are people, particularly on this side of politics, who would not be against, like, what would you even call that?
I don't know.
Like a business-run government? Like, that's definitely a thing. What would that be called? Econocracy? It's got a nice ring to it. I just don't want to do it.
It's got the closest kind of ideals.
Yeah, I know there's a word for it. I can't think of what it is right now, but I know for a fact there is a word for that concept. And I've seen it as a dystopian concept in a couple of things.
Unfortunately, like the TikTok video that I made that I was showing you before, apparently there are like 11 states that have, as part of minor governments, businesses are able to vote in the municipal court. So the people that the voting that decides who runs the city, like, that's apparently a thing as well, and I don't agree with that either.
Yeah, no, I don't either.
Like, that's
Of course I don't.
it's just a weird position to be in, I think.
I think it's just highly unnecessary. Like, I can't figure out a situation in which that would be beneficial to the people that would have to submit to those decisions.
I did find out in looking into it and whatnot that there are certain restrictions to kind of limit the amount of power, but they're not anywhere near good enough in my mind. For example, like, if you live in the city that you own the business in, you only get one vote in that circumstance.
Okay.
So it's like, but if you...
So just own businesses outside of your city.
Yeah, and there was apparently... there was a case, I forget where it was at. I think it was in Delaware as well, in one of the other municipalities, where a real estate agent owned 38 properties, so he had 38 votes, because each property was constituted as a different either line of business or a different household for him to vote under.
Yeah, see, that's where you
where
get into stuff where it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's where it starts getting, because I don't own the house that I don't own where I live. Someone else owns that, so where does that line get drawn? And as opposed to having that debate of where to draw the line, just draw the line at 0.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
just don't get into the fucking...
My whole stake in it now is just because of the word biznatch, I now absolutely want to call this style of government a biznocracy.
Okay. All right, let's see what else he has to say about this stuff.
I know I'm not supposed to say that, Biden, but that's retarded, Biden, and I, it's, and obviously because I've been deemed with mental health, all this, I have the right to use whatever words that I like to use.
Well,
No.
That's not how that works at all.
bad.
Wait.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Like, I have mental health issues. I do. That doesn't mean I can say whatever the hell I want. Sometimes I don't care and I'm going to say what I want. And that's one thing.
But that is a choice you've made to be a dick.
Yeah, that is by no means a societal, get out of jail free card for saying whatever I want. I still have to deal with the consequences of the stuff that I say. Mental health is not an excuse. Mental health is an explanation.
Some people don't know the difference between those two concepts.
I know, and I hate that. It's happened so much in my life. And just stop making excuses. I'm not making excuses. I'm explaining why, either I performed said action or why I did what I did.
Yeah, next time I'm just not going to tell you. I'm just going to do shit.
Yeah, it's like come to my office and tell me why we're talking about this. Like, I don't know why we're talking about this. Things fix. Deal with it. But in no way is it ever I can do this because I'm on the mental health list. Whatever the hell he's fucking said.
Well, yeah, the idea is just because you have a detriment and sometimes there are some things that are done on your behalf does not mean you've been granted privileges. It's literally like accessibility. It's just making sure that that's a thing. So just because, for example, someone might be like, oh, don't mind him, he's in the middle of a situation, he's having a breakdown right now, and people might give you a little bit of extra leeway, that doesn't mean you suddenly have been given carte blanche to just not care about how your actions affect other people.
Yeah, it's the
if you choose to act that way, cool, you're a dick.
That is big. Alright, fucking. What else is he gonna say?
Not that thing you want him to say, apparently.
That's interesting. So let me
ask another question.
Well, yeah, let me ask you on that. So you just said something very inflammatory about President Biden. It will, as you know, offend a lot of people, and it will particularly offend people who work in mental health. You say you should not use a word like retarded, but you say that because you yourself have had mental health issues, that entitles you to use that kind of word as an insult. Now, I would say that's an arguable point.
I've had my issue is I've had mental health allegations.
So do you believe that you...
Like it's a crime, yo. You've been accused of schizophrenia.
I he's using this as an excuse to use the word.
And still saying, but I don't actually have mental health problems. I can use these words because I have mental health problems. Now, they ain't proven that yet. What a dick.
Like, what? Eventually, you're just gonna need a soundbite for me to say what?
Yeah. Well, it's okay. So it's just like when they were talking about Charlie Murphy was talking about his brother going over to Dave Chappelle's house and digging his shoes into the couch. Yeah, he was talking about Rick James. That's what it was. It wasn't Eddie Murphy. He was talking about Rick James, and then Rick James came on. And it's like, I don't just be doing things for no particular reason. And you hear someone say, "So you did?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I remember grinding my boots into his couch. Man, fuck that nigga." And like, that's the level of what just happened there. Yeah. That's the level of like, no, I can say that because of my mental health struggles. Nah, that's an allegation.
Yeah. It's the same thing without the satire.
Yeah, I know. It's the thing is that, well, see, that's the thing is Rick James, when he said that was just Rick James, and then they cut that in with him later on saying cocaine is that, because like that was love him to death, rest in peace, but he'd fried himself.
Yeah.
I don't know if Kanye has the same excuse.
He's not claiming it.
I'm saying he has de-excused himself. He's unexcused himself.
You have any form of mental illness?
I believe that I suffered from exhaustion. I suffered from being lied to constantly by the people around me. And I believe those things can drive anyone to a point of maximum exhaustion. But I also believe that I'm extremely brilliant and I'm here to make the world a better place. And I'm tired of the left media trying to pick on me.
So I just gotta say, dude, like, people have lied to me a lot in my life,
Does that
and I have mental health struggles.
does
I
that
don't think
not
those two things go
sound
together.
does that not sound like someone in the middle of a mental health issue in denial?
It does, but it also, to
Like-
me, sounds like... Okay, so here's the thing, right? He's talking about the left media picking on him. It was not just the left media that was talking about his exhaustion. And... No, because he chose his words far too carefully there to come across like a person who actually directly believed the things he was saying. It sounded like he was trying really hard to be like, yes, it was, in fact, very difficult for me, and you should have felt sorry for me, but I'm okay now.
Yeah,
That doesn't sound like someone going through a thing to me. That sounds like somebody, for example, that sounds like somebody who, when it was convenient, was like, yeah, mental health, and then now it's like, oh, they're judging me based on that.
see, I've heard similar things from somebody with, for example, bipolar disorder, where they're sitting there and they just don't believe that they have bipolar disorder, and like, no, that wasn't me getting, Fritz, that was you pissing me off, and it's all your fault, sort of thing.
I mean, yeah, to an extent, but like I said, that's not different from a person who, okay, grift. What is grift? What does it mean to grift? How does one be a grifter?
I mean, you're talking about the con man thing, right?
Grifting is a type of con, yes.
Grifting is the term specifically given to the confidence scams, isn't it?
Well, and again, no, confidence scams is a wide variety of things. Grift is specific.
Okay, what are the elements of the grift specifically then?
Not believing something because it's patently untrue, but acting very strongly like you do.
Okay.
Regardless of whether you're trying to convince anybody else of whether it's true, you're trying to convince them that you are convinced that it's true. For example, most of the pundits that we watch, not Kanye, not even Piers Morgan, but most of the less honest guys, the Ben Shapiros,
Yeah.
grift. Like, he doesn't believe in what he's saying. He might not believe in anything, but he says it with such absolute surety. So, a common type of grift is, I acted inappropriately. It was due to a mental health issue. I'm getting help for it. Don't worry, this will never happen again.
Alright.
But he's not actually a grifter. He cares too much about what people think about him to be a grifter. Because when you're a grifter, you're saying things that are patently untrue. So some people are going to say you're either lying or stupid or both.
But he's brilliant.
Yeah, exactly. He's too driven by his ego to fully give himself to a grift. It's the same reason his dog whistle's broken.
Right.
So it's just that it's I worry that while suffering from mental health issues, some people pointed out, hey, yay, this was some really inappropriate stuff. You might want to tell people that you're struggling with, what you're struggling with. And he was like, yeah, it'd be really good if people thought I was struggling with something. And then people thought he was struggling with something, and instead of getting just like sympathy like he wanted, he got a lot of people calling for him to go get his shit fixed. And so he was like, nah, my shit is fine.
Yeah.
That's what that seems like to me.
Alright.
So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying he's not suffering mental health. I'm saying I don't think at any point he believed he did, but he definitely took the sympathy while it was coming in.
Yeah, up until it started becoming,
Problematic for him.
yeah. Alright.
And y'all picked on me enough, and y'all finally touched the person that's not going to take it anymore. And that's part of the reason why I'm on Uncensored, because what they'd like is for me to be quiet. Interesting thing about racism and cancel culture, it's kind of similar, right? Racism works on itself. I can go into the Gucci store at age 18 and I just assume that people think that I'm about to steal, so I buy more things. With cancel culture, when I brought Marilyn Manson on stage with me when he was dealing with allegations, my stepbrother Marilyn was canceling himself. So many people comment on my White Lives Matter t-shirt. There's people who are saying right there in Fashion Week, when are you going home? I'm so afraid. People thought I was going to cancel myself. I'm not going to cancel myself. I'm going to keep on delivering what I feel, because guess what? It's very split opinions, by the way. If I talk
Can we have a moment to discuss that when he says cancel himself, he is using that as a substitution for a word you're not supposed to say on the internet? I'm pretty sure that's what he means, because that's the only way I can. Because you don't really get to cancel yourself. That's not a.
Well, no, that's why I paused it, was because I wanted to have a discussion about the, like, what he's saying about racism and cancel culture and everything like that. Like, they're primarily actions that are performed on an entity.
Yes.
Now, if that entity is a person and is based on certain aspects of them, racism, prejudice of some sort. If it is done against a business for their business practices, cancel culture.
A little different, because racism is just because of what you are, and canceling is because of what you did.
Yeah.
So that's really more what the difference is there, I think.
All right, I can accept those, whatnot, but they're actions performed primarily on someone else.
It's something that happens to you, not something that you do.
It is a third-party thing for the most part. Now, granted, racism against self and whatnot,
It exists.
it exists. I will fully admit that sort of thing, but at no point in time can I think of any example where somebody canceled themselves, with the exception of the I fucked up, I'm just going to get rid of all of my businesses.
Yeah,
I've never seen that happen. Like, it's technically possible,
to be fair, just kind of jokingly, we were talking about some more news. Cody has canceled himself several times.
Okay.
But it's a joke though.
Yeah. It's not exactly a thing that.
Yeah, Vaush cancels himself all the time too. But then again, Vaush, will go deep into the entire concept of, for example, calling Ben Shapiro anti-Semitic, or saying that anyone who doesn't agree with him is a Nazi, and saying it as deadpan and serious as possible, but with the understanding that, like, clearly, that's just a joke. Yeah. That's the only way you can cancel yourself, is jokingly. Like, haha, I guess I'm canceled.
Yeah, like, it's... I just wanted to have, like, a quick little sidebar about that, because, like, that's legitimately, like, there are mechanisms for how these things work. And we can clearly define those mechanisms, and I don't think they fit with what he's saying. Go ahead and say it again. I muted it on.
So you sound kind of triggered there, Lib.
I mean, there's a function.
To a black person that makes under $1 million a year, they really relate to the George Floyd comments and feel hurt that I would even...
I like that the threshold for being able to relate to George Floyd is $1 million a year. God damn. That's like almost all of us, bro.
Yeah, right? Like, there's a list of millionaires. There's that few.
Yeah, shit, at that point, most white people should be fucking relating with George Floyd.
Right? Most of America should be relating.
Most people in the world.
Many businesses should be relating to George Floyd.
You ain't gonna stand on my store's neck.
Like,
holy fuck, man.
Many people don't seem to realize, like, how much $1 million is, and it's just like, it's weird to me. Like, this is coming from the opposite direction as well. Like, he doesn't understand.
How little a million is to him and how much it is to everybody else.
Yeah, like, if you gave $1 million to a homeless man on the street, you would make his life, probably.
Yes, life, actually. It would change his entire life. You know, I'm not saying a person can't, you know, irresponsibly spend $1 million, but, like, you have to try.
Yeah, like,
You're not doing that by accident.
if you think $1 million will make me think the way you think, give me the $1 million. I will show you how wrong you
Yeah,
are.
right, man. Yo, you can afford it. Hook me up, bro.
It's like,
I'm not saying for everyone, just me.
yeah, like,
Even you. Fuck you.
thanks.
Bring it up and question the approach. They have multiple documentaries on the death of JFK, but we're just supposed to believe this one media outlet version that preyed on our trauma and our pain. And then
Just the one? Not like all of the media outlets and then like much of the research since then?
Yeah, right. Like, I mean, I don't know how many people were actually reporting on it when this was put out. I assume there was still, like, when the story came out, 5 different media outlets did the story. So it's like
There were more than 5 media outlets covering it when he got shot.
Yeah. It's just a thing of, like,
It was most of the media outlets. It was the president.
yeah, it's what? Knock that for, like, a point in, you know,
Mental health.
not part of reality.
Yeah. That's a mental health concern there.
if I talk to rich black people or white people, Jew or Catholic or atheist, they're really into the Jewish media comment because it affects their business interests.
Okay, well, look,
and it was really interesting.
Let me just pick you up on the 2 things you've mentioned. The first one is what you said about George Floyd. And the reality of that, it's not a media interpretation of how he died, because the Hennepin County Chief Medical Examiner concluded that Floyd died from cardiopulmonary arrest. His heart stopped, complicated by the way the police restrained him and compressed his neck. Now, he also said there were other contributing conditions.
Wait.
Well, hang on, let me finish. There were other contributing conditions, narrowed arteries, high blood pressure, and fentanyl intoxication. But although these were significant conditions, he said, and things that played a role in the death, they didn't directly cause the death. The cause of death was what that policeman did with his knee to George Floyd.
Person?
Well, why would a coroner lie?
What makes you believe that?
Why would a coroner lie?
Because he could get paid to lie.
Yeah,
because he could get paid to lie. Because
yeah,
he's
I
talking
watched
in the
it. I
press.
watched it for
the
8 minutes.
majority of the press.
Right, but I watched it for 8 minutes.
Now tell me this: have you seen the Candace Owens BLM documentary?
I have watched some of that documentary, but here's what I would say to you: when you watch that video of George Floyd,
no, it's not a but. It's not. It's not.
Well, I
it's
haven't
not,
watched
it's
the
not
whole
a
thing.
but. I need you to watch.
I know.
Okay,
I know
so
what you said about. I know Candace.
Wait, I'm gonna finish. La la.
It's all right.
La.
You don't
Okay,
have
you
to
know
do that.
The maturity.
Right? Like, I'm just like, I feel like we're just surrounded by intellectuals right here. I feel bad for Piers Morgan here.
Yeah, right.
Because he's like, well, did you watch Candace Owens' documentary? He's like, I know Candace. We talk. Trust me, I was talking to her while she was writing the fucking thing.
Yeah, it's just like,
I don't know if Piers Morgan works for the Daily Wire, but I know that they talk.
yeah, no, it's just this thing of, like, you know, I know her. I watched some of it. I didn't watch all of it. I know your position on this. Like, let the guy finish talking. Like, my biggest issue with...
Oh, we're gonna have a huge problem with that with all these debate bros, dude.
I know, and it's one of my pet peeves, unfortunately, is the fucking thing. Yeah.
I interrupt all the time.
Yeah. And I get on you about it too.
Not really. I just interrupted you.
You at least let me finish my goddamn thoughts.
Do I?
Most of the time.
I usually know what they are.
Yeah. That's not creepy enough as it is.
That means,
I know what it means.
La 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 means be quiet and let me finish.
Right, but you did interrupt my question.
So with the BLM, no, I wasn't.
Absolute fucking beast. Fuck yeah, Piers. Well, you did interrupt my question, so
It's like, shut up and let me finish. you didn't do it for me.
Yeah. See, that's the level you and I never get to.
Yeah. You have a sound? I don't even actually. I can't remember what all your sounds were.
You fucked up.
All right.
I wasn't finished. You're pressing agenda. You haven't seen the whole thing.
I don't have an
we can
agenda.
watch.
I just
He doesn't have an agenda. He has a fucking schedule.
read you what the
20
coroner said.
different. So we can have 20 different perspectives on how JFK died, but us as black people, not only can we only vote one way, we're not allowed to have any other perspectives, and that the area for George Floyd, where he passed, the murder rate is up 50%, and nothing, this is so-called movement, but it didn't move blacks anywhere.
Right, now listen.
So me as a black
yeah.
person.
I will say there are legitimate questions about the Black Lives Matter movement, no question. But on the specific point about how George Floyd died, I don't think it's in question about what actually killed him. It was that police officer with his knee on his neck.
Well, it isn't question. It isn't question. I'm questioning.
Well, you can
as
question
a black
it, but
person
what you're
who has had
questioning is a
friends-
coroner report.
Do you have friends that were killed by police officers? Do you have friends that were locked up? Do you have friends? Do you have people aborting?
I don't know if Piers actually knows any, victims of police violence. I'm willing to believe he's known people who are locked up. Most people have known people who were locked up.
Yeah, I also, like, the demographic that he's a part of is also the ones that were raised to trust the system with its entirety. So, like, his belief in the coroner report, regardless of, like, I appreciate his willingness to sit there and, like, why would the coroner lie? Because that's an important fucking question in the discussion.
Yeah, well, also remember, like, Piers Morgan does represent the media. So
Yeah.
when someone's impugning, like, the media as a whole, he's like, he's got to be like, okay, I may not have agreed with everything everyone's ever reported on, but, like, the journalistic community kind of agrees on this one yet.
Yeah.
like, why would the coroner lie? Because he could get paid for it. Okay, cool. Show me some receipts.
Yeah, right.
He could have gotten paid for it.
Show me some of the bank statements, because it's really hard to
Yeah,
just give somebody a Swedish bank account number.
Yeah,
He's like, here's your money. Don't spend it all in one place.
Well,
Like,
it's my whole thing is you can't sit there and be like, well, he might have got paid for it. Like, yes, absolutely, that is great conjecture. Come with some evidence, and then we will, investigate it. But
as
you
far as
can't-
I know, all investigation showed that he wasn't.
saying I don't believe that cop killed that man because coroners can lie.
The guy who told you that could lie too.
Exactly.
Like-
Thank you. Fucking quit. Kanye, stop being somebody else's mouthpiece. Have an original fucking thought. You're supposedly so brilliant, right?
Yeah, right.
Half your race? No. So I am the black person with the black experience that's worth $11 billion.
I thought you were Jewish.
Yeah, also, being black does not entitle you to more of an opinion on anything. I actually personally hate it when people are like, oh, well, you don't even get to speak on this issue because you're not blank. Because, like, straight up, I may not have the same context that you do, but that does not stop me from having an opinion or invalidate my opinion, especially if some of the things you're talking about might potentially affect me down the line. Like, okay, maybe this is an issue. The police brutality thing is an issue. And you know what? I agree. Police brutality is out of line. And it does definitely have racial basis. But, like, police brutality is a problem for all races.
Yeah.
So it's a situation that does affect everybody. It affects some other people disproportionately. And, yeah, it's totally reasonable if those people are being a lot louder about it. But that doesn't mean that other people don't get to speak on it.
Yeah, no, like one of my introductions to racism, so to speak, was after 9/11 and seeing all the stuff that happened with the Arab community.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's a perfect example of what you were just talking about right
Yeah.
now. It's like there's and even then, as a white individual, I still saw it happening.
Yep.
I can still see the things occurring. I can still gather the evidence that, I'm curious about the stuff that's presented to me. I can see it. I can absorb it all.
And you can still have feelings about it. You can
Yeah.
still decide whether you thought the things that happened or the ways that those things were dealt with was correct or incorrect, whether you feel personally that things were ethically handled or whether somebody was, you know, marginalized, whether somebody was hurt, whether somebody had their dignity taken from them. Like, at the end of the day, Kanye being a black person does not entitle him to more of an opinion, especially when his opinion kind of stands in opposition to most of the rest of the black community.
Yeah.
Like, okay,
Well,
cool.
I mean,
You're
to be-
a black person. All of the other black people say that you're an idiot, and
Well-
Piers is agreeing with everyone else, so...
Well, that's kind of why I was sitting there with my I thought you were Jewish thing, is because he has vehemently rejected.
His blackness, yeah.
Yeah, like, I have to say this because I'm part of the black community. I have to say that because I'm part of the black community, and it's expected of me. I'm not going to do that. And then here, legitimate, like, flipping it right on the dime and fucking, oh, you have to listen to me because I'm black.
Yeah, and as far as it goes, like, that's what I was saying when I talk about certain times, and I don't know whether it's grift or whether he is that deluded. I mean, but, like, you don't have to be consistent when you're not necessarily speaking from a place of truth.
Yeah.
You can just decide, okay, but, you know, I know I said I supported that, but, like, I don't, though, actually.
Yeah.
And then, like, what's someone going to say? Okay, so can I believe you on this now, or should I just be waiting for the fucking penny to drop the other way?
Right? All right.
Oh, my God, it's getting crazy.
And is the most influential person on the planet, and I am questioning it.
Okay.
And I have a right to question
You
it.
absolutely-
You can't tell me with your accent that me as an American, Jew, black person, that I cannot question that death and question the means behind that.
I'm not.
Oh, okay. My blackness is mad OP, but your accent has no power here. What the fuck was that? How dare you sound British and try and tell me words? What the fuck was that?
He doesn't even sound British to me.
I mean, I'm not even sure if he. I mean, I feel positive that he is, but like,
No, like, he has that, like, Oxford,
yeah,
kind of prestige-sounding voice.
he sounds British, but British media, i.e., he probably is multilingual, so doesn't have just quite that very England sound. It's kind of how, like, I've lived everywhere in the country, so I can sound like any region, but in general, I'm just kind of this blank
Yeah.
American. Yeah,
We got kind of the same thing going there as well.
yeah, exactly.
But yeah, no, it's you could be talking to me with that accent.
You can't sit there with that accent and tell me anything except it's tea time, ain't it, love?
All right, let's.
was put on camera
I'm not saying you
to
can't question it.
traumatize. I'm not finished. La 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 means let me finish.
Okay.
I'm not finished talking. So I cannot see, because you distract my thoughts and then you try to make me look like a crazy person and you feel you have the right.
You didn't need any help with that, man. You've been doing this all show.
Doing this for years.
We're 17 minutes into this thing, and you have done it 4 times now.
Piers, quick, ask him if he likes fish sticks.
Right to cut me off, and I've proven you guys don't want it with me. This is like Terminator 20. You've never seen this before. So I want no one to play with me. I have the right to question because that videotape was used to traumatize my people and force us into the Democratic vote. Hey, George Soros, you're a real competitor. I respect you. I'm worth more money than you, and I have more influence than you, and have, Piers Morgan from a different country saying, well, I'm not.
Yeah, before he just starts openly mocking Piers, do you want to go ahead and...
I just want to touch on the. I have full respect for you. I have more money and more influence than you, but no, you totally a respect thing.
So it's a thing, and I love that it's a Kanye meme, but that was basically like, and I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah, right.
But Beyonce had the best album of all time.
Yeah, like what? It's a.
I'm real happy for you, and I'm gonna let you finish. But you suck.
Yeah. You're not as good. Fuck you.
That's yeah, and then he's just about to just openly mock Piers Morgan on his own fucking show.
Right? I'm surprised that it goes beyond the like it's an hour and 40 minutes.
Piers is a consummate professional.
I mean,
like I said, there's things to respect about him, even though I don't like his views.
Yeah.
I'm going to do an English accent because that would be racist. I'm funny, by the way.
That's fine. I know you can do that. As I said to you, the show is uncensored, yay. You can say what the hell you like, right? But that doesn't mean I can't pick you up on a few things, right? You accept that.
He doesn't. No, he does not accept that. He does not accept that at all.
That look on his face tells you everything.
So I'm gonna let you finish, but that's that's the butt.
It looks like Pierce's face. It's like he sat there and saw that and was just like, oh shit.
He's like, why did I even say anything? This is not a friendly conversation. I do not get to trade jabs with this man.
I accept that, but you tried to say it is unquestionable because this one Dr. Fauci said this. I know it wasn't Dr. Fauci, but I'm just giving an example where we hear from even Google. Like people feel like, you know, if you Google it, it's factual. There's so much non-factual information about me on Google, but then I still believe Google, and people pay.
That's your fucking choice. I don't believe shit just because it's on Google. I do use Google to fact check things, but that's usually checking whether or not an article actually said something or whether or not a person actually said something.
Well, it's like I'll use Google as a quick reference.
Yeah, but if you were writing a paper,
yeah, I'm not using like
I would at least use Google Scholar.
it's like I will go to Google and I will go to the sources page at the bottom and I will read those for my fucking self.
There you go. There you go.
Like that's a way to utilize.
Are you saying? Are you meaning Wikipedia?
Wikipedia.
Okay,
yeah.
Sorry. I will use Google to find the actual articles that people are talking about to guarantee that they're actually that the article says the thing that this person says it does.
Yeah, it's like.
But like, I'm not going to Google to tell me the meaning of life or like exactly how to invest my money, because Google is just a collection of shit that people said.
Yeah.
And yeah, some of it's not true. Welcome to the fucking internet, Kanye. That's not the same as saying, but yes, these studies or this doctor or, that's not the same. Saying I read a study that says this isn't saying I looked on Google and Google spat this out as an auto result.
Yeah, no, it's
they told lies about me on Google, but then I believe Google. Okay, so if you believe someone's lying to you and then you choose to believe them anyway, that's your fucking fault.
But what does he have to say about people paying? I'm curious.
People pay to what?
To get certain information to the top of Google. But this is good.
Businesses pay to have their shit advertised at the top of Google.
Yeah.
When it comes to like informational search results, that's just algorithmic.
Yeah.
That's just based on how many people who were searching for something similar settled on this result as their final destination. That's how that actually works.
Yeah.
That's actually one of the algorithms I do get.
Yeah. It's reasonable. Oh, you were sitting there and searching down this rabbit hole and you all stopped on this page? Maybe this page has the answer.
Yeah, I should probably put this one towards the top so people don't spend all this time scrolling for the other results to find this one and be like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But, dude, that is exactly why, for example, when I see a top result on Google, I read it, and then I read the next one, and then the next one, and the next... Because, like, yeah, this is the one people settled on the most often. But people are stupid.
Yeah.
And people will believe convincing arguments quickly rather than take the extra time to research the truth behind them.
Yeah.
So, like, I get it, but I think his point is... I don't think it's disingenuous, I just think it's really poorly thought out.
Yeah, no, yeah. But he's brilliant.
Oh, it's absolutely the most influential person on the planet.
Yeah. What do you say, $11 billion?
He's influencing a lot of irritation from a lot of people. That's about it.
Got ours on video right now.
I'm just saying, like, even with the people on the right that were pumping him up while he was at this point, nobody does anything because Kanye said it was a good idea.
People have specifically talked about how bad Kanye's ideas are from time to time.
Yeah, particularly people who've had to work with him and people who've had to work under him. Just like, yeah, and then he'll be like, and we're going to do this. And everyone will be like, yeah, I don't really think that's the... I don't pay you to think. You should pay someone to think. You're not doing it very well.
Keep going. Where
Okay.
else you want to go with it?
Here's
You
where I
guys are
want
fun.
to go. The civil rights lawyer Lee Merritt responded to what you said about George Floyd's death and said, while one cannot defame the dead, the family of George Floyd is considering suit, which they're now doing. As you know, they're suing you for $250 million for Ye's false statements about the manner of his death, claiming Floyd died from fentanyl, not the brutality established criminally and civilly, undermines and diminishes the Floyd family's fight. So what is your response to that?
Well, anybody who loses a loved one, my heart goes out to them. Any race, my heart goes out to the pain of that. I have a theory about it. Now, this is not a fact. This is a feeling that I have. In the documentary, George Floyd's 2 roommates said that George kept saying, they want a tall guy like me. They want a tall guy like me. So for me, I'm a creative, right? I can like make a dinosaur out of a femur, right? So if I'm making a dinosaur out of a femur.
Does he mean like whittling? No, he means building the whole skeleton with not enough information.
Yeah.
And also,
I'm wondering where he's going to from the they want a tall guy like me.
oh, he's gonna say that George knew that they were coming for him, that it was like it's a conspiracy theory. I just want to point out, at least I'm happy for him for not trying to purport this as objective truth and straight up calling it out, saying this is a theory I have. That is the most intellectually honest I think he's been since like College Dropout.
Maybe.
Like that was the album that got him famous, by the way. Wait, you know that? No, you don't know that.
I pay very little attention to Kanye West in general. That's why I'm so separated from all of this stuff.
If I may, when he came out, he was a very talented musician. He had a lot of really... I mean, he had a lot of innovative ideas. The way he did his first album, well, at least the one that made him famous. I don't know if it was his first one. It's the first one I heard. But College Dropout was basically like... It was a young boy facing the world for the first time. And all the tracks kind of spoke to that.
Yeah.
You know, like becoming an adult, even though he had already been an adult for some time. Also with some really good cameos by Bernie Mac, may he rest in peace. Being basically the principal at his school who was telling him he was never going to let him graduate. I ain't never going to let you walk across the stage, Kanye. I fucking love Bernie Mac, man. Miss that guy. But like, it was a really good album. The tracks were really well produced. He apparently produced most of the music. Like, he wrote the beats and stuff.
Yeah.
He also like wrote some amazing lyrics on that first album. And he got boosted hella hard. Like, he impressed a lot of people. A lot of people really came in big for him. So this is like one of those things that, like, it's not like Kanye was always this out there. You know, like, maybe he always had some kind of, you know, developmental or mental health issues. But like, there was a point where he was just a guy. He was just a talented young dude.
Yeah.
Like, the explosive rise to fame can really fuck with people.
Yeah.
And I think that, unfortunately, that is a lot of... Like, I've been derisive this whole time. I've been a real dick. Kanye, I hope you're watching this. I love you, man. Like, I really do. I care about you on a level because I saw one of the kids who was possibly gonna, like, grow up and shine and do some good. But...
And then...
Fame is like a monster, man. Like, I want to get famous. I do.
Yeah.
We're here. Right? This is some Vice President of the United States. Pretty cushy job. You know what I'm saying? Pretty high profile. But like, at what point do you have to notice that, like, no matter how good you're doing, no matter how meteoric your rise is, no matter how many people agree with you at this exact moment, that like you still need to be careful not to like go too far.
Yeah, and that's honestly where the question was in the last video. We were sitting there talking about
With Colleen,
yeah, where it's like
Yeah.
that
how much did the fame affect? How much did the access affect? How much did the adulation affect where that ended up?
yeah,
Like-
at one point in time is it become this thing where it's this concept of because I'm influential, because all of these people agree with me, I am now above consequences.
That's man,
And there seems to be this point that happens, and it
Well,
changes
there-
from person to
well,
person.
they said there's that point, but then there's like, but then you got your Sam Jacksons, your Keanu Reeves,
yeah, where it's like
you know.
and is that
Can we think of any other like really good examples of that? Because like Johnny Depp, right, definitely went off the rails really, really hard. Seemed like to an extent he was trying to get his life back together. Maybe made some missteps. Things went kind of really fucked off for him, and now is like kind of old and trying to do better.
well, I mean,
You know,
hear
like-
you hear the same thing with Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah,
He
and
went off the rails hard, and then
And
when
his
he came
was,
back,
his was all drugs.
yeah, and when he came back, he's sitting there just like, all right, I messed up. I'm going to be better. And so far from what I've heard, he's
Yeah,
been
to
better.
to be fair, there was also like there was recovery help. There was some prison time too, wasn't there? I'm pretty sure there was some prison
Don't-
time that was involved.
I think I heard somebody talking about it.
Yeah, I know.
once,
I know
but
he was in
don't-
court. I'm pretty sure he got convicted. I want to say there was prison time. We can look that up. I haven't seen a single comment pop in except
Yeah.
for the princess.
Yeah.
I'm so used to seeing that message now. I feel like it's in all of my chats.
It's just the automatic one now.
What's the name? Yeah, it's she's you're always there for me. I love you. But like if people pop in and start asking questions, like I'll definitely look that up. But I want to say he went through all that. He came out the other side a better person.
Yeah. I like that. And
But like there's a few people who like got up there and just never really like needed to go through that particular crucible. You know, like what makes a person fame proof? That's a good question. I know it's like mad off topic and shit, but what makes a person fame proof, dude? Like humility, sure, but like one can be humble until one gets enough praise. I mean, definitely seen that happen.
yeah, it's the legitimately, I'm not sure. It's one of those things, like even with the striving for presidency sort of thing and whatnot, I don't know if I'm going to be immune to it.
Yeah.
I can do I can be cognizant of the fact that it is a concern and do everything that I can to hold everything in check for it, but until I'm at that point, I can't think of anything. As far as the more examples that you asked for, I can't. No one immediately comes to mind. Like those are the most famous ones.
Well, you don't have to think about people who have made it that far. Like we're like, I mean, like Johnny Depp, for example. We bring him up as a bad example, but he's in his 50s, almost
Yeah.
60 now. Like we bring up Robert Downey, he's in his 50s as well now.
Yeah.
I mean, like these are all we're seeing
Um,
people at the end of their career. Keanu Reeves is in his late 40s,
Oh,
early 50s.
Mark Ruffalo, maybe.
Yeah, actually, he's a younger guy, but like I've
Like he's
not heard anything. I haven't heard anything negative about him, honestly.
Yeah.
But also he's still like his fame is still pretty super recent though. Like
Yeah, and that's kind of where
he did like, but then again,
It's-
yeah, talk about a meteoric rise though. Like over the course of what 4 or 5 years with those movies, dude.
yeah.
Like before he was just a well-known.
I mean, you have
Because we think of like the guy who was the Flash. He had some trouble recently, right? And
yeah.
then the guy who one of the Spider-Men, he
Uh,
had some issues. I don't remember
Was
which
it Andrew
one.
Garfield?
Yeah,
I think it was?
yeah. And I don't know enough about any of these situations to talk on them. I'd be willing to like look it up. That's a side thing. Like
Yeah, it's but going into like I haven't heard
Brad
anything.
Pitt. The weirdest thing about him has been like kind of how his marriage with Angelina has seemed from the outside.
I can see that
And
one.
then they had their divorce and everything. Like, divorce I wouldn't consider to be like
Unfortunately,
that's a pretty normal, pretty mundane issue to have.
unfortunately, when thinking about Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise also gets mixed in with my
Oh, yeah.
memories of reports of.
But I would say most of the negative things are definitely on the Tom Cruise side.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
I can't think of anything that was like Brad Pitt did this awful shit. Just that like his marriage didn't go so great.
like
After they like definitely adopted way too many foreign kids. which
like
is
when
weird.
you said Brad Pitt, my first thought was jumping around on the couches of Oprah, and then I had to think just like, no, wait, that was Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
So it's like,
yeah.
it's like it's so. My thoughts on that one might very specifically be, shadowed over with cross contamination of the memories. However, Daniel Radcliffe, Harry Potter.
I feel like I heard something. No, I think that was just that he did nudity on stage.
Yeah, no, like there was some slight controversy in him playing a character though.
And he started as a child star too, so that's even rare because like being a kid and getting that much power and money.
Yeah, however, like one thing that he has made absolutely clear as far as stuff goes is that managing of expectations and that humbleness of I appreciate you guys for getting me to where I am. And sure, he's had some satirical bits that he's played a part of.
Being able to make a joke about it is not the same as
like there's no like
being
legitimate.
There's a wide gulf between a Daniel Radcliffe making a joke about it and a Lindsay Lohan's existence for like 7 years there.
Yeah, so it's like as far as examples of that goes and whatnot, but like all the ones that have that, are able to kind of keep their head and be aware of stuff, they all have humbleness and just an awareness of the effect that they have.
Yeah.
So those are the two things that I think would probably be the most important things towards making someone quote unquote fame proof, as you put it. Because
Yay, I have a moderator now. I forgot to do that on YouTube. You're a mod now. I don't know if she's down here. I can't see past the TV.
It's dark over there now. I know she was there earlier.
She would have responded. Yeah, I passed by her when I went to compete, but I think she went upstairs.
I think I see her over there, but she might be.
It could be blankets. That weighted blanket does kind of.
Yeah, mine does too. I need to figure out a way to wash that thing too.
Yeah.
It's just too big for my washing machine.
I just wanted to use that one. We hadn't used it yet. We haven't used this one yet, but there's not really been a real reason for it yet.
Yeah. All right. Let's get back to the video before we get too far off topic.
I love getting far off topic. Dude, it's a live stream. We're allowed to do that.
I understand.
This is like, it's a live stream podcast. So it's like, it's a podcast, which means we have to have a point. But it's a live stream, which means we can just fucking ramble if we want to. And like, what's your time frame? What you gotta do? What time you gotta be back for the river?
I took her out just before I came here, so she should be good for a while now.
Okay. Anything else that when do you work? You work at night.
I work at night, so like as long as I'm in bed before 7 o'clock in the morning, I'm good.
Yes. So like we're good to ramble for a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think this is my last day doing a big long stream, and then tomorrow I am doing some applications and also doing a short game stream.
Okay.
But I'm gonna do PolitiStreams over the weekend. I get you like 2 days of the week.
I mean,
unless you have other stuff to do on a day, and then I'll just do it by myself.
It's mostly like the biggest thing that I can think of myself having to do on the weekends that I can't come over and do these would be grocery shopping, because I go grocery shopping, get the stuff, put it away, and then I'm kind of done peopling for the day.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, on grocery weekends, like I said, I can take a day and just do it myself. Or you could hop on Discord. It's not really peopling if it's just me and you don't have to move.
Yeah, the Discord might be something that ends up happening just because then I can lay down.
She heard and is here. And your mod. I love seeing the little wrench by your name. You're a managing mod. You're one of the big boys. What is that sound? For a second, I thought I heard one of my songs playing, and I was like, I didn't put any of those on the soundboard, so...
No, I think it's something from them over there.
Okay, cool. I'm having a lot of trouble with the screens angled this way. I'm having a lot of trouble doing the directional sound thing in this corner right now. I gotta get used to it again. The change is not great.
Let's see what else he has to say about this.
I mean, how long has it been?
We're at almost 2 hours now. Well, an hour and 45 minutes, and we're 20 minutes into the video.
What I'm gonna do is then, we got 20 more minutes on this video.
Okay.
When you hear the weird little sound that I can't explain, be like, oh shit.
All right.
And I'm looking at a documentary that says George Floyd was telling his 2 roommates they want a tall guy like me. And on the day of his death, he prayed for 8 minutes. They said he prayed longer than he ever prayed. What do you think, me as a creative mind, the beautiful mind, right, the sensitive mind, what do you think I feel could have happened in that situation?
All right. Well, honestly, if I'm being honest with you, I would say that because of your brilliant, beautiful, creative mind, as you put it, and I don't dispute that at all, you've got an extraordinary mind. And I can see that in the way that you conduct interviews. You go off on very long tangents, but they're sort of fascinating. I find it fascinating to listen to you. I'm not saying you don't have a right to question.
Sort of, quite. These are like Capote level fascinating tangents.
No, they're not. They're not. I'm just saying it's the way you conduct yourself, and I think that's very interesting.
What do you mean? Or not? Why is it? Oh, it's not Capote level.
Actually, I
think
you
Capote level.
If you would like me to compare you to Truman Capote, I am happy to do that. Yay. If you want to be known as the new Capote, okay. I'm with you. Okay. I'm not going to question your talent. Your talent to me is completely unquestionable. Right. When you question that,
answer the question about the femur to the dinosaur.
No, I'm going to ask you a different question.
Situation.
I'm just going to ask you this.
No, you're not. You're gonna. No, I didn't finish my question.
Well, hang on. You can't tell me.
You got to answer my question.
You can't
first.
tell me what questions.
Well, one of you finish a goddamn thought.
Okay, on the one hand, Piers is trying really hard to just give him something so he'll just shut the fuck up and let him start. And Kanye at this point is just like, no, you can't make me eat the broccoli. No.
Yeah, right. La 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 la.
Yeah, dude. He set the precedent.
Yeah,
and
right.
Piers didn't correct him.
Unfortunately.
That's why I was like, okay. But I remember a lot of clips being
Yeah, no, unfortunately.
It's okay. It is very amusing for me to watch because I have not actually watched a lot of it. I've just seen some clips, and seeing it in context is. I mean, it's glorious how bad this was. I heard, and
it is the most beautiful train wreck I've ever seen.
I don't know why I didn't watch it. I mean, I know why I didn't watch it. I was just so sick of hearing about him for like so long.
All right, got 20 minutes. Got less than 20 minutes.
To ask you. You accept that I'm the interviewer.
To answer my question. No, I said answer my question. No, I'm interviewing you too.
Well, you can't interview me. It's my interview.
You're Bono. I'm interviewing you too. See, that's the way we rap.
Let me just. Let me just put this to you.
So no. You're trying to avoid.
Hang on.
You're trying to avoid.
No. La. To put quite a phrase. You're interrupting me now.
I'm going to get back to it.
All right, you can, but let me ask you.
Because you haven't answered my question.
Here's my question for you, which you haven't answered.
No, I'm not. Don't answer my question with a question.
Yeah.
I'm not answering anything.
I'm going back to my original question in a way, which is simply this. I'm not saying you don't have a right to question how George Floyd died, but given the world watched that horrifying video of that policeman's knee on his neck, and given that is what the coroner said caused his death, albeit he had other underlying conditions, including fentanyl intoxication, when the family see someone like you, who's hugely influential, you're known around the world, questioning how their loved one died, they find that very hurtful, which is why they're now suing you for it. And my question for you is, do you understand the pain that sometimes your comments can cause, like this circumstance with George Floyd's family?
Now, I'm going to ask you a question again. With my imagination, when you see in the documentary that George Floyd's 2 roommates said they want a tall guy like me, they want a tall guy like me, and that he prayed extra long on the day of his passing, where do you think that takes my beautiful mind?
I think it can take you to a place where you want to believe something which may not be true. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying all the evidence points. I'm giving you an honest answer. My honest answer is I think that they...
That wasn't honest. That was a... That was a political collect. That was
No, my honest
Go ahead.
belief is
Hey,
that
what do you guys do? I mean, people in the newsroom, what are they doing? They're like cringing right now. They're like, whoa.
No.
We never experienced this before.
no,
we
hey,
never experienced
I'm not cringing.
a black entertainer that won't be threatened by the media to back down from.
They've met plenty of people that won't shut up.
He's LARPing right now, buddy.
His opinion.
Yeah, I think you mistake me.
like
You
Martin-
mistake me for somebody who's going to be like the
Yeah.
others. I have a show called Uncensored for a reason. I'm giving you a platform for a reason.
But you're pressing an agenda.
No, I'm not. You're perfectly entitled to your
pressing your
opinions.
agenda.
But do you accept
You're
you
lying
may,
now.
Do you accept you may not always be right?
He's trying to give you a chance to redeem yourself.
For this ridiculousness, yes. He's being very much the adult right now.
He's got an agenda. That agenda is to help you, and you're not letting him.
And it's just it's Kanye, man. It's Kanye.
No, but like even to a degree, you have to at least realize that little piece. You should at least.
No, man. No, man. Okay, look. He started calling himself brilliant, and the people around him agreed with that. And then he started saying bigger and bigger things, and they were just like, yeah, sure. And
I'm a genius. Oh yeah, you are. And now
it can happen to anybody. I've fallen victim to it myself. I often really like to hear nice things about myself, and then it is not that hard to want really hard to believe that about yourself. Staying grounded is really important. But right now, like I said, he's essentially LARPing. He feels like he's got Piers on the ropes because Piers is just trying to be the adult that Kanye isn't.
that happened way too much.
Right.
I just called you a liar. How does that make you
That's
feel?
fine if you think I'm a liar. That's fine.
No, you're a liar. You're pressing the agenda of the pain and trauma economy that is pressed on my people by the left.
Actually, the trauma I think that was implemented to George Floyd was from a vile white racist police officer who kneed him to his death. And I agree with the coroner's findings because I don't see any reason why the coroner would invent that. So that's my belief. If you want to challenge that and you don't believe it, that's entirely your right.
I have a question. Who do you think are the biggest vile white racist? The media.
You think the media is racist?
What? Please, next question. Please don't ask me any retarded questions.
That's a legitimate question. It's
Yeah,
one of the few legitimate questions he actually let him finish speaking.
Yeah, he's trying to ask Kanye what he believes, and Kanye is like, "Are you saying it's not? I'm not answering that." I don't know, man. Oof. It's a big oof, man.
Okay, let me go to the next furore, which has been around you in the last couple of weeks, which is your attacks.
Is that British for theory? Is that British for theory? What's theory, bro? Is that British for theory?
You actually have quite a good British accent. That's quite good. Let me ask you, if I can, about the allegations that you have made anti-Semitic comments. And in particular, when you said on Instagram, I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. Now, many people who...
Oh, I wasn't saying you had to pause it, but like, yeah, that was the thing I was talking about. DEFCON 3, I guess. I thought it was DEFCON 5. I just remember that being like a whole big talking point. And like, dude, okay, drunk texting, drunk tweeting, it's a thing.
Yeah.
You know, shit posting exists. But like, there's shit posting and then being like, yeah, that was unfortunate. And then there's shit posting and being like, yeah, absolutely meant it. Fuck all of y'all. Like, I don't know. It's a very him thing.
Yeah.
who are Jewish found that deeply offensive. They wanted to know, what did you mean by going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people? Because DEFCON 3, as you know, is a heightened state of awareness for military action. So what did you mean by that? Here's your chance to clarify what you meant by DEFCON 3 on Jewish people.
Well, thank you for allowing me to say what I meant due to the fact that I was blocked by Jewish people after I said that. So I wasn't actually allowed to say what I was about to say. But what I was going to say is, I was going to talk about all of the contracts, all of the misdealings that I dealt with as an entertainer. Being that I'm an entertainer, I've been wronged so many times by Jewish businessmen. And the reason why I say people, if a black man is caught in the car with drugs or a gun, and there's 3 other black guys in the car with him, guess what? They're all going to jail. So the reason why I say people is, I want those businessmen's wives and fathers, mothers, grandmothers, and kids to ask them, why is Ye so mad at us? Because they're taking money out of my children's mouths and putting it into their children's mouths. I'll give you this parallel.
Yeah, it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
What does he do with money?
Hopefully he feeds his kids.
Hopefully not the money.
No, hopefully not the money, no.
Taking money out of my kids' mouths.
Well, I mean, you know what he means.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just also, I believe what he was trying to allude to was the fact that, like, if you have drugs and there are other people of an oppressed thing in the car,
That they won't go to jail?
well, that they will go to jail and that's a bad thing. So I'm gonna do that to these other people. That's kind of what it sounds like he's saying.
I mean, I have no idea. Like I said, it's a ramble. It turned around in the middle of it. He's just going full bore right now.
Yeah. All right.
Parallel in its analogy. If you take, I just talked to Irina Shayk, right? And if you look at a picture of her at age 14, this person is beautiful, like one of the most beautiful people that God has ever created, right? And if any man did her wrong at a young age, she would get to the point where maybe she would actually hate men. You've heard that terminology, right? So I'm at a point where I'm frustrated. I have the right to my anger, and I'm saying that people need to fix it. I'm not going to fix what I feel until what I'm feeling is fixed.
Okay, can I respond?
You're not just going to shut me up and say,
No, I'm not going to.
Pause button for the no, but like, yeah, what does that even like? I'm not gonna fix what I feel until what I feel is fixed. Give me an explanation, bro. What does that mean?
I think what he's going for.
Yeah, I don't care. I wasn't paying attention at the beginning. I might as well die and hit a restart because it just this guy, man.
No, it's I think what he's touching on is the fact of, like, oh, you say that I'm, going off the rails. Well, I keep going off the rails for a reason until what I'm going off the rails about is changed for the betterment. I can't stop going off the rails. I can understand that kind of logic being applied to this, but that being said, like, taking it into a mental health aspect, I have clinical depression. I suffer from very, very extensive and major down periods. Now, what causes those down periods? Some stuff in my brain.
Brain, no brain.
Yeah. It's a phrase that I've said with you a lot. It's just,
we understand over here, buddy.
Yeah, but it's like, it's the thing that's like, but if I expect that the world is going to be a happy place for me to experience with that depression before I work on my depression, that's not going to work.
Oh, that's the opposite of how that works.
Yeah, if I'm sitting there going to wait for it, I'm just going to wallow in depression for a while. If I change kind of how my brain, if I try to work on changing how my brain views things and how it reacts to things,
Or what your brain has to react to.
yeah, then I can, start working on changing the things that can lead it to doing that.
Yeah.
So it's like I can't empathize with that statement because of the fact that it's a thing of, sometimes you need to put in the work before you expect the results.
I think all the time. I think you don't get to expect results unless you've kind of set the stage for it.
Yeah, and that's, I don't.
Like, if you feel like you've done what you can do, that's when you start looking externally for reasons.
Yeah.
But you have to start inside. That's with anything. If you want to change a habit, if you want to change something about yourself, change a situation, all of that basically has to start with you figuring out, okay, what from my end can I do to make the best situation for this to come about? And then, if you've done everything you can and you're trying to maintain that it's not working, yeah, then you get to start looking outside and being like, okay, well, what's pushing back against that?
Yeah.
And I get that. And if Kanye feels like he's done that, I mean, I don't agree, but
Yeah.
because it does kind of feel like he's starting from a point that is, for his last 20 years, his life has been quite blessed.
Yeah.
Maybe exaggerating on it. I don't know how old he is. I don't know how old he was when he started. It's in the something 20s now. It's in the 2020s now. It was in the early 2000s when I remember listening to his album.
Yeah.
So,
But
but
he's getting there.
but he's had money, he's had opportunity far greater, not just than other black people, but than most other people for a very long time. If some of that has been, it sucks to be exploited. It really does, especially when you're really a top earner, you're really performing really well. It sucks to feel like that's getting bled off. But if some of what that feeling he has is the fact that he's had to continue to be a part of society and pay the requisite dues
for society,
or that he's had to pay back people who've used their money and connections in the past to help him get to where he is now, whether he wants to say that he did it all by himself or not. I don't really know that much about his story. Like I said, I heard his first album, I thought it was dope. I heard his second album, I kind of thought it was less dope. And then I started hearing him being ridiculous by the next time I was paying attention to him, and I was like, I don't know if I want to continue going down this path with this guy.
Yeah. So
it just kind of seems like he's gotten to the point of feeling like, okay, well, I did a lot of work and now everything should be the way I want it to be. And it's like, no one's saying you didn't do a lot of work to get where you are, dude, but things are the way that they are. You can work to change them, but you don't get to throw a tantrum and demand they change.
Yeah. Life does not work that way.
Yeah. Usually you only get to throw a tantrum when there's a whole bunch of other people who are experiencing the same problem, and then you all get to throw a tantrum together, and that's called a revolution. But
or at the very least a protest.
I mean, you should start with protest, but I usually I figure that's not really a tantrum. Protest to me, that's in the middle of looking for the external cause and then trying to do something about it.
Yeah.
The tantrum comes way later. America did it. America did a revolution.
Yeah.
There were revolutions all over Europe. The revolutions are not always, good, and are usually not comfortable, and often can be quite deadly.
Yeah.
But revolution sometimes is necessary. But that's not a thing a single person can do. That's not a thing a single person should do. A one-man revolution, that's a killing spree.
Yeah.
We've seen too much of this. So,
Yep.
I don't know.
Me either.
I'm going to shut you up. Can I respond to what you just said?
Yes.
My problem with what you've said, I'll be straight with you, is that if I, as a white man, posted tomorrow on my Instagram, I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on black people, what would you think?
Jew.
No, if I said black people, what would you think? If that was what I posted?
Well, did you accept that black people? You accepted that black people are Jew, or
No,
you're
but
not
no,
accepting that idea?
I'll come to that in a moment. On the specific, though, if I simply said, in other words, all black people was the implication of what I said, I would get rightly cancelled. I would get rightly vilified and abused. You, I suspect, would be outraged by a white person saying such a thing.
Oh man, I wonder how many people clip chimped Piers Morgan just actually saying the thing he was giving an example for.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't make any distinction about whether I was talking about certain black business people I'd fallen out with or whatever. You would think I was judging an entire populace by the colour of their skin. You are, by saying Jewish people, on Jewish people, you're not saying Jewish businessmen, accountants, whatever, that you've had a problem with. You're basically saying in that statement, all Jewish people, which is why it caused such offence. And I'm curious whether you, even as you wrote those words, understood what Jewish people actually would feel when you said that, and didn't make any specific references to any individuals.
Maybe they would feel how all my people have felt. Maybe they would feel the pain of when a black artist looks up and they've completely been raped by 5 Jewish businessmen. And there's multiple accounts.
Why does the fact that they're Jewish have anything to do with it?
Maybe they would feel like that.
But why would you say
it just so happens they are.
Well, okay, but why categorize them according to their religious faith, their ethnicity? Why would you do that? Why can't you just describe them as business people that you've dealt with? That's fine, but what you're doing by saying Jewish people, these constant tirades, against Jewish people, many people find
why
that...
Why are you calling it a tirade? That sounds like you have it...
I think it's a tirade.
Where's the tirade? That was a tweet. It was a tweet.
It's not just a tweet,
and you asked me to explain it. And that... Have you felt my pain yet?
All right, the timer for the 20 minutes hits, so we'll move on to something else.
No, I was gonna wait till you got to the next thing you had to respond to, and I was gonna call it at that.
That's kind of what I'm planning on, but I can't let this one go on anymore because Pierce is actually trying to do the right thing here.
Yes,
and I appreciate it. I don't know his views. I don't know much about him.
We will maybe get into him one day. He's not a problem, you know.
Yeah, like
he's just a guy with different views.
Yeah, and I have no problem with that. I love discussing things with people like that.
Yeah, Jesus, dude. It's just a cat. He's just a cat. You don't have to yell at him. I promise. He's a good boy.
But the part that keeps on getting to me about this right here is if, like, one, Jewish people are black people in Kanye's viewpoint.
Sure. Okay.
It's have you admitted that Jewish people are black people is the thing you just said?
Yeah. No, I'm saying sure. Okay, that's what you believe, but yes, he's kind of like pushing it on Pierce.
Yeah, but how does that not make his statement of going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people that much worse? 1, 2. How does, like, that justify the statement of Jewish people taking advantage of black people, making them the same group, and then simultaneously making them different groups?
Well, and I've said this before, you're thinking down a rational thought line. And again, I pointed out, this guy doesn't necessarily have to be consistent, because he's not thinking rationally. Because he's thinking that blacks are technically Jews. I think he's trying to say that blacks are the real Jews and that there are these other Jews that have been taking advantage of black people.
Okay.
I think that's what he's getting at. And no, it doesn't have to be consistent, because at the same time, blacks can still be Jews and Jews can be Jews. But they're just like other Jews, and then like sometimes that's going to be okay. And I'm cool with being a Jew, but I'm also going to kill the Jews, says Kanye. Clip chip. Yeah, clip it. That's what I think that's what he's trying to say. And yes, it's batshit. It makes no sense. It's backwards. It loops in on itself. Piers is maybe a little out of his element, being an actual serious person.
Yeah. It's like I said, regardless of if my views match his or not, I can appreciate what Piers Morgan is trying to do right here.
Yep.
I can at least step back far enough to sit there and go, Good job.
He's a legend and a newsman, and yes, a certified serious guy.
Yeah. And I can appreciate that. A, you know,
As a not
Pers-
serious person.
well, as a person of order and trying to maintain, like, if not the status quo, then at least what I think is the right thing to do. Like, I can appreciate the, you know, trying to go about it in the right way. Trying to make sure that, you know, sides are heard, trying to make sure that, but it's just, he is, like, this interview, the 30 minutes we've gotten into this, of the hour and 40 minutes that it is.
The absolute insufferability.
Yeah, like, I empathize with him so much.
Yep. So
Alright.
we're gonna save that for maybe some other time.
Alright, let's get on to Joe Rogan.
We want to get on Joe Rogan. I'm gonna try and skip through a good bit of this. This is a 3-hour long.
Yeah, no.
So I'm gonna skip because I see it says music right there on the subtitle, and so we're just gonna go ahead and try and dodge any and all of that.
Well, is this like just him and Kanye, or is it a full episode? Oh, it's him and Kanye the whole time.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, it's okay. Just remember, we sat 2 days ago for like 5.5 hours together. It's thick.
Yeah. And in that 5.5 hours, we went over 2 10-minute clips.
3.
Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Three 10-minute clips and a part of a 2-hour-long bit. We didn't get all the way through.
That is true. But yeah, let's just pull up for precise seeking. No, man, what? Man, why didn't people have chapters 2 years ago? Damn it. Let's just jump in here, right?
Vengeance is mine.
So this is from before the whole. This is from before the awful tweet. This is from before Piers Morgan by a long shot. This is just Ye, a little bit back in the day, a couple of years ago, on Joe Rogan, just talking. I feel like they weren't that antagonistic to each other. This is just like touching ground, or like this was like,
You're famous. I'm trying to get my show off the ground. I don't know how long Joe Rogan's actually been doing this.
I mean, a good while.
Well, I mean, is that number the actual, like, episode number?
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah.
Yeah,
It's
like,
not getting off the ground at that point.
this is just we're talking, and we are like Kanye at this point was like just starting to get into some of the same political circles that Joe talks to. I guess I wouldn't really call him part of a circle.
Yeah.
He's kind of all over the place with his beliefs.
Yeah.
Real quick though, like, how do you feel about Joe Rogan?
I have no information regarding him.
Really?
The most I've seen is I've seen a couple of clips of his on, like, TikTok and whatnot about, you know, just poking fun at people and whatnot, pointing out some things, the ridiculousness of the world as it is. I find him as a comedian to be fairly reasonable.
Yeah. So like one of his things is like he tends to like smoke a lot of weed during his podcast. He's very big on like marijuana legalization and all that stuff.
Yeah.
He's the guy who used to host like Fear Factor.
Okay.
He was like NBC's Joe Rogan or whatever. And then like, you know, after that he just kind of started doing his own thing, I guess. I don't really know a whole lot about like his earlier career. But then he's like, I guess, so maybe, I'm not sure if he's a proponent of it or not, but a lot of people have like at least talked about Joe Rogan in close proximity to the concept of like steroids and growth hormone and stuff.
All right.
He's got some pretty conspiracy-ish theories about certain things, and has had people on his show saying some, at times, objectively very untrue things, and has not really challenged them, but then has also been really good at challenging people on stuff that he disagrees with, which not all things he believes in are batshit.
Yeah.
So
A lot of people fall into that category.
yeah, so I have no idea like how this really went back then. This is really more just like about Kanye, but like just in context of Joe, pretty anything goes. Like,
Yeah.
you would not be not allowed to say whatever you want, I think, on Joe's show. But like, if you said some shit that was just outright objectionable, he would definitely like call you on it, and it would be a thing.
Yeah, so kind of a, the Howard Stern show copy paste.
Kind of. Howard Stern with like a little bit less personality and a little bit more smoking weed on air.
All right.
And I say less personality because like it's not just Howard and his like personal charisma, but like his team has always they're really cool. So.
Yeah. No.
I mean they're awful, but like for what they're doing, they're really cool.
Yeah. All right.
Said the Lord. So it's not a matter of going in for revenge. That's just me as a human being where I fall short. Like I'm not a monk.
Can you explain
Yeah.
what you're talking about with Bruce Lee and Brandon Lee? Like, what? I lost you there.
Okay, so Bruce Lee and Brandon Lee were both murdered.
Well, Brandon Lee died in an accident on a movie set.
Yeah,
Do you think it was a murder?
I felt
That's a conspiracy, right? The conspiracy was that the Chinese triad killed him the same way they killed Bruce. But the coroner's report was that Bruce died from a reaction to a medication, right?
yeah. I mean, but I think about that anytime I go to the hospital. I'm very, I'm mindful of that stuff. You think about like Bob Marley. They didn't just JFK.
Us.
You double tapped it by accident. It's easy to do.
All right.
It's a very touchy button.
I just wanted to pause there because I actually know quite a bit about
Yeah,
this
do
particular
you want
conspiracy.
to talk about that one in
'Cause-
particular? Yeah.
I was actually a huge fan of Brandon Lee.
Okay. I was a big
So-
fan of Bruce.
So it was a thing of like when I first came across him and whatnot, of course I, sat there, I was a kid, loved the movie. The movie was a great movie and whatnot. And then when I got older, I came across the movie again. And it's like, oh, I love this movie. I watched the movie and now I have the access to the internet where it's
Yeah.
like, oh, I can find out more information about
Oh
it.
shit, he died during this movie?
Yeah, no, and so I'm sitting there, it's like, oh, what else has he been in? And then I hear reports like, oh,
nothing else.
he died during this movie and whatnot. And then I found the conspiracy
You know what he was in? You know
theory.
what he was in? His funeral footage.
Yeah,
Oh, that's fucked.
yeah. I've actually been to their gravestones.
Okay.
I lived in Seattle for a little while,
Yeah.
and that's where they're buried.
Mhm.
We went and visited the gravestones. When I
Nice.
lived there. It was
Sorry guys, I'm all popcorn. I'm hungry as fuck.
yeah, it's a beautiful place. Whatnot. It was one of those things. There was a lot of famous people. It was one of those tourist destination things. So it was like go there and like, hey, I know that one.
Mhm.
But no. So the actual like conspiracy theory of why Brandon Lee was murdered. There's no conspiracy about Bruce Lee being murdered in the original conspiracy theory. Bruce Lee died of an aneurysm. People who disagreed with Bruce Lee and the policies that he kind of supported and everything like that to kind of send a message sort of thing were said to have orchestrated the accident that
Yes.
led to Bruce Lee's death.
Which, by the way, that's not a
Brandon.
conspiracy theory. That's a conspiracy. That
Yeah.
actually happened, and they definitely did like co-opt that situation, and that's why there was already some hinky shit going on.
Well,
So when people tell lies, and then later some other shit happens, and someone connects it, sometimes it's like, see, because this was fucked, so now this is definitely fucked.
yeah. I see what you're saying. But the reason why they wanted to orchestrate it specifically that
Well,
way
yeah.
in the theory is the fact in the conspiracy is that during the movie that Bruce Lee died in, one of the things that occurred was the accident that led to Brandon Lee's death. There was actually
Oh yeah,
a scene in the movie.
where a wad shot, because it wasn't an actual like misloaded gun, it was just a wad that came out and hit somebody.
Yeah, so it was like
It was the wadding behind the blank, or in front of the blank, which sometimes can kill somebody technically, but like
yeah, you have to say rare occurrence, and a lot of times just wearing clothing
can stop.
can prevent it.
Yeah.
But and then you have Brandon Lee's death, and in Brandon Lee's death, it was
That was actually he got the guy got like the wrong pistol, was it? 'Cause
No,
he actually,
so-
tell me.
what occurred is there are two types of fake bullets that
Yeah.
they have in films. One is
That
the blank,
Mhm.
where you do not have a bullet in the casing.
Mhm.
You just have that wad
wad,
there
yeah.
with the thing and whatnot. And the other one is one that you use to load in the gun, but to make sure that the gun is still safe, it doesn't have any gunpowder or
says on
primer
powder.
in it.
Yeah, exactly.
So instead of paying the fees for these types of bullets, the company, the people making the studio, to kind of save money and everything like that, they bought the bullets and everything. They bought bullets, and some of them, they took the bullet and dumped out the gunpowder, and in other ones, they took out the bullet and put in the wadding
Yeah, okay.
and whatnot. So, but unfortunately...
You say they took the shell and they took out the powder, or they took the shell and
Yeah,
took out the
yeah. Well, they took the bullet out of the shell, dumped the powder out, and then put the bullet back in to create that one that you put into the gun.
Mm-hmm.
So, in a previous scene, they had the gun, that the bullets that they had pulled the bullet out, dumped out the gunpowder, and put the bullet back in. Loaded that in. Somebody had pulled the trigger, and it created just enough pressure with the primer alone to push the bullet into the barrel.
Yeah.
Now, somebody is supposed to check the guns between shootings to make sure that
your armor, right, or whatever.
yeah. Well, it's just to make sure that that hasn't occurred. It's for a safety thing, but the person hadn't checked the guns before they did the scene. So when they're doing the scene with everyone aiming their guns at Brandon Lee's character,
One
the
of
Crow,
those was still loaded with that.
one of them still had, but you now have all of these guns with the blanks in them for that explosion effect.
So you
But
already...
one of them has the bullet in the chamber.
Mm-hmm.
So in that created enough force to just push it into his body, resulting in his death. But that's the events that
It was
occurred.
highly an accident. Apparently, there was something very recently that happened like that too, wasn't there?
Yeah, and it's just it's one of those things where it's like it's a couple of people didn't do their jobs properly, which resulted in the death.
Merca.
Yeah. And
Holy shit, that happens a lot.
and like as far as somebody is supposed to check those for the safety thing, I can't remember if the reason why they weren't checked is because they had not hired somebody to perform those checks, saying we'll do them ourselves after everything, or if they sat there and just the guy was just not doing his job and whatnot. But it could also be a thing of like they just didn't have somebody to do that, and there were so many guns involved in that particular scene because there was a lot of people dual wielding and everything like that. There was, I want to say it was 20-something, 30-something guns
Mm-hmm. I mean,
in
it was a
that
crazy
scene alone that it occurred in. So it's just like somebody just may have glossed over it with all the stuff that they had to do and whatnot. But yeah, no, it's just that's what led to his death. And because
His
when
dad also died.
yeah, when his dad died, and in that movie is a scene that something similar happened, there became that conspiracy about all of that stuff. So it's just like it's a really, really fascinating thing. Like, do I believe that the whole thing was orchestrated? No.
Oh, like I said,
But coincidences like that do exist, and it's just a really, really unfortunate one specifically for that family.
yeah, that does really suck. And like,
Because it was 5 years apart.
Mhm.
And I
and
think,
also like by all accounts, they were both like really awesome guys, like really good family people.
yeah, no, that's
Like, I mean, any death is tragic, but like, you know, the world lost true gems in both cases.
yeah, and it's like I said, I love the thing, so I just want
I say by all
pause.
accounts too. Like, I did not know either of these men,
Yeah, and,
but from everything I've heard, and of course, you know, there's that whole culture of don't speak ill of the dead.
I mean,
But like, even while they were alive, in interviews and like, you know, stuff you hear from people who's like we're talking about when they were good guys.
yeah, as far as I know about Brandon Lee, like he wanted to keep his dad's kind of mentality of that, like not putting the stuntman at risk. If there's a risk involved with this, I'm going to do it myself, and that's so a lot of the stuff that he was portrayed, like he fell down on the mats because he was standing there to be shot with all of those blanks going off because he believed,
I'm not going to profit off someone else taking my risks.
yeah, which, you know, ultimately he paid for, unfortunately, but
I mean, again, at least
he stood for his ideals, and that's a very, very important quality and for a person.
sucks to have to die for him though. But
Yeah,
I mean, that's the big risk. Stand for your ideals, you might fall for them.
yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing. But
You willing to fall for your ideals?
yes, it's I'm
I'm
not-
willing to show where you can for my ideals.
I try not to state something that I'm not willing to uphold.
That's fair. I mean, same.
It's and if upholding
Samesies.
and if upholding it is upholding it to the end, I am willing to go that far for the things that I truly believe.
I am willing to uphold it until my fingers slip because washers are heavy. But like, I'll still try and take it with my foot, man. I'm like, oh shit, fuck. Oh,
That's why I wear steel
lost
toes.
a foot, but yeah, I don't. I just have steel toes. They're
There you
not
go.
steel. They're very brittle, actually. They hurt. I've been stubbing them a lot.
Anyway, now, with all I know about that, I'm really fucking dreading what
Well, yeah.
Kanye has to
Well, he
say
also
about
apparently threw Bob Marley and JFK in there.
it. Yes.
So, like, apparently, if you're famous and you die,
It's because somebody wanted you dead.
it's because of conspiracy.
Yeah, well,
She bust crepes. Here, have a fuck.
Or MLK him. There's like reports that it was something in his toe or
He had cancer, right? I believe he had a skin cancer.
yeah. Like I went to go I got a shot in my hand because just from texting and stuff, my thumb was like hurt. And then I
Damn, you
posted
text so much you hurt your thumb.
absolutely just texting way too much. So I post a picture of the screen at the hospital, and then I was asked to take it down.
By who?
People just call me. I'm forgetting exactly who asked me, but it was like they got to my management, they got to this, and they said, take that picture down. Like the hospital, it was in the weirdest place, you know. So
What did they not like about the picture?
I think it had it might have had some information on it that they didn't want to go out, like an address or something like
Okay.
that. Or,
Like an address? Yeah, I can see if it had somebody's address on it, that they might be like, hey, can you not
hey, can
broadcast
you,
that?
Can you not violate HIPAA on our behalf?
That's like, it's pretty serious, man.
Pretty serious case.
it's just like, but I don't want to go down these rabbit holes. I'm just saying, like, Michael Jackson not waking up one day, Prince not waking up one day, Bruce and Brandon Lee, Bob Marley, all of these things have crossed my mind, as I'm going and saying I need to innovate what these contracts are, not just for me, but for all artists. It's not about me getting my masters back. It's about freedom. And I say on a new song, I say, if I would put myself in harm's way to get my masters, they would put themselves in harm's way to stay the master.
What?
I mean, this is on some very, revolutionary Pan-African, although like a misguided version. It's still the same refrain though. You see the similarities.
Yeah, no, it's
You see that the rhetoric has changed, but like the feelings are still. It's all the same. Like he's coming from very much the same place here. He's just changed, I guess, his target or how he is being victimized in his mind.
I don't even know how to respond. Like, legitimately,
Well, what do you feel? What are you feeling here?
I just the black man. At this point in time, I assume he's still accepting the black title.
It seems like yes. It seems like he still thought that he was one of the crew at the time.
It sounds to me like he's arguing on behalf of black oppression.
Kind of, yes.
Why? Like why?
I don't know.
It's
But I don't think so at all. Let's go back and see that sentence again. I said yes, but like
And
I don't think on behalf.
They would belong. I
think
say
it's- okay.
it's about freedom. And I say on a new song, I say, if I would put myself in harm's way to get my masters, they would put themselves in harm's way to stay the master. And that's
So you see, he's saying like, if I would go out of my way to go get them boys, if I would even get myself hurt in order to either, I don't know if he means like get them like, or get them like get on their level, then they would go out of their way. They put themselves in harm's way. They'd be willing to accept danger in order to stop me from doing that, so that they stay on top. Basically, if I'm willing to die for it, so are they.
I can kind of see that just
I think that's-
acknowledgement of the situation.
Yeah, I think that's more what he means by that statement. But like, yeah, there is a certain point of it where it's what I thought you were kind of saying is it's kind of saying it's like it's almost not even worth it to try.
Yeah, like it's like, oh, if I'm willing to die for this, so are they. So what's the point of us killing each other? Let's just keep things the way that they are.
Yeah, I feel like that sounds kind of like it. Yeah, it's kind of defeatist where he's at right now. Like it's more of the depressive version where the Piers Morgan interview is definitely a little bit more on that manic side.
I mean, to go from this into I'm Jewish now, like
Yeah, also.
like it's,
Way to trade one oppressed class for another, by the way.
they're at the top of the game apparently.
According to him and some other very unpleasant people.
Yeah. All right, let's see what else he has to say. This is semi-reasonable, Kanye.
There's a complete parallel to the way the music industry works and the way the world currently works and the influence that America has on other countries and the way governments work. The influence and the way government and the way people in power, in control, deal with, disaster relief, deal with Haiti.
Is this before Trump?
This is 2 years ago, man. This is like after Trump.
Then no. Like,
I don't know. Maybe this is from before that. This was posted on Powerful JRE, which I don't know. They got 15 million subscribers, so I gotta assume it's at least kind of official, but I don't know if that's like the official page. But
Yeah.
it doesn't. I looked before, and it doesn't actually say like when this happened. So I don't know for a fact. I'm saying it's 2020, so a little bit more than 2 years ago.
all right, but it's
But still, like
so that would have been when
this is when he was running.
Trump
This is October of that year. This was posted October 24th,
I'm sorry, 2020 was when Biden took
It's when
over.
Biden won, yes.
All right, so that would have been the very end of Trump's. Yeah, no, they have not been looking towards America in any sort of capacity of how to run their countries
Oh no.
since Trump
No, no,
took
no, no,
over
no.
at the very
No, no, no,
latest.
No.
Most of them, well before that, stopped looking at us.
Yeah. Because I mean, because why would they?
Yeah, it's their own country, sort of.
Like, oh yeah,
thing going on,
they're doing really good. Wait, no, they just elected Trump. Okay, everyone fold them.
but- Yeah, right.
Pack it up, go home.
Like no, they're making progress. They're doing great, and fuck.
Oh, look at little America go.
Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Faceplant.
What's the matter there? What's the matter there, little America? You get a little mouthful of sand there.
Yeah.
That's my terrible British accent. Disrespecting Piers Morgan.
All right, let's just had to comment on that because it's like, oh, everyone's looking at us. Our music influences the world, and it's like,
American music, I'd still say, is pretty influential.
I mean,
American media to an extent, but like American media is also heavily influenced.
yeah,
At this point, I wouldn't say there's like a type of music or even TV that's really like
well, it's like
the top dog. I'm sure there is. I'm sure it's probably still reality TV in some way because there's just so fucking much of it.
I believe so, but like I sit there, I listen to music from other countries. I'm fascinated by it. I love.
Oh yeah.
I love.
Okay. One, that's you, and we've had a conversation about you and music particularly. Like, hey, how does this sound to you? It feels uncomfortable. It leaves room.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, you listen to music from other countries. I'm sure like it feels less like sandpaper and more like cottonelle. Cool.
Well, I mean, there's certain
I'm
things
teasing.
that I have to get into with stuff like that, but it's like,
But like, let's say like, music in the 90s in America influenced. Excuse me. Music in the 80s in America influenced music in the 90s in Canada and music in the 2000s in Japan. But music in the 2000s in Japan is still influencing music in America right now.
like, like it, the back and forth, obviously, like fucking Rammstein.
I mean, yeah, maybe, but I mean, it's metal, although industrial, which I mean, the Germans and the Austrians and like the Europeans always had a better handle on than we did, anyways.
Yeah, like it's
Yeah, I'm being a music snob. Deal with it.
maybe we influence them, sure, but they influence us just as much. So like that, it's not a one-way street.
Yeah.
So it's like that seems to be what he's equating it to, but I might be misreading
Well,
it.
I don't know if he's. I mean, again,
I know very
so
little
this
about
guy,
the actual music industry as a
So,
whole.
so this guy's an exceptionalist, right? It seems like when he was younger, he was very much a black excellence guy, a black exceptionalist, and then at this point, he's being like very American exceptionalist, and then now he's very Kanye exceptionalist,
Yeah, I'm the best.
or weirdly white exceptionalist, but also me. Like I did, man. That is the weirdest. Like, and the white man has all the power, and I'm gonna be one of y'all.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to get to that comment, was just simply because like
We will look for it. We will find a clip of it. We got to get it in some kind of context, but we just got to like find it and be a little more prepared. Because I knew about it and you told me about it, but then I was doing this.
yeah. No, I understand. All right,
But my button's awesome though, because like.
used it a couple of times. Like just
All right, so I'm gonna skip through a little bit. We're gonna move forward a little bit because, like I said, I wanted to skip through this and just pick up some stuff and just like get a feel.
Sees
general.
her son, you know, exhausted. Like, and the spirit jumped out, and it felt like it was like at the top of my lungs, like screaming about saving ourselves and humanity, and the reason why me and James needed to connect. And then I went to my show, and then it's like my head popped back and the spirit jumped out, and it felt like it was like my mom talking. And the last thing I said was, "This thing is over," and I'm saying it like I sound like my mom, like Donda. Like that's something she would have said if she was in the physical form when she sees her son, you know, exhausted. Like I had just went through I had this fashion show. We had this fashion show where we took over MSG and just broke all boundaries. Sold 16,000 seats and played the new album. And it was, you know, 1,000 black people in the show. And you had like all the Young Thug plugging in the iPhone, and Travis and Cudi dancing. You had 50 Cent there, Jay-Z there, Lamar Odom. The first time that people, you know, saw him in walk again was we walked together into the stadium, and he's camo Yeezy jacket, all head to toe. And the reason why that was so important is like when he was in a coma, I would come by and play him the new music. And once he was out of the coma, he said that he remembered that music when he was in a coma, and that was the album I was playing that day. So that's the reason why me and Lamar walked in together. And then the next few months later, I did a fashion show, and it started 45.
So I think he's talking about Lamar Odom, who was, I guess, his brother-in-law for a while through like Kim, and then I don't know if it was Khloe or Kourtney Kardashian.
okay.
Lamar Odom was Peach was just telling me about this today. He was like a basketball player, and he was like, you know, going places, winning games, you know, being that guy. And then he married into the Kardashian family, and then like by the time they got divorced, I guess maybe he was like a crackhead.
Okay.
So I don't know, but I guess he's talking about this guy. But like, yeah, you hear this like this sort of like just ramble, like. Also, like, did Young Thug was his battery low? Like, he was like, and then this guy was doing this thing, and then Young Thug was plugging in his iPhone, like, in Madison Square Garden, like, where? I got lost in that, but it seemed like just a big ramble, like.
Yeah. That's kind of why I like with the previous video. I let things kind of play. I didn't want to skip around searching for that thing because then you kind of get a lot of things out of context.
Yeah, but I mean, this is 3.
Yeah, we can't exactly.
And most of it, if I just listen scrolling through it, it's just long stretches of him, and then like, can I find one? There's a frame of Joe every now and then. It's just mostly there's Joe for like a couple frames, and then there's Kanye. Joe Kanye, Joe Kanye, Joe. It's just crazy. But like, yeah, this guy is just keep my autoplay on, thank you. What happened? No, why? Stop.
And then I go just make like a Luke Skywalker, hand. And this is one thing I want to say, like, and this is about to make me mad right here. The first time you see me get
Here,
mad
it's like
in an
change the
interview.
subject there again.
They said
Stop
that
interrupting
George
yourself.
Lucas's prequels are worse than the corporate-made Disney Star Wars.
I'll get mad at that too.
Like,
That's fucking ridiculous.
Revenge of the
These
Sith,
eyes fuck.
we saw how Darth Vader was made.
Yeah.
Like, I watched that like 10 times during COVID. Like, don't jump, Anakin, I got the high ground.
Those early movies were pure. They were pure.
I'm saying even the prequels are better than anything that. And I'm sorry, Disney Star Wars design team. I know you're gonna like put my face up in the office and be like, no man, this is George. This is his baby. That thing was set in his heart to show us as children the hero's journey. And these like, how can we run it back and replay? Like, even at Disney, there's people at Pixar that have left. People have left, where they call, I forgot the exact title, but saying like every time there's a new idea, they call it like an unproven idea. So they'll get to Toy Story 800,000 and Frozen trillion before there's a new concept.
Take a chance on.
Yeah, to take a chance. And we've been programmed, like when you see the homes, the style of homes that I've been developing, they're far closer to the way the galaxy looks, the way water looks, the way our makeup in our body feels. We've been put into these boxes, and that was due to money.
Mike. Yeah, I don't know if that ever actually happened.
This is the first I'm hearing about Kanye designing homes.
This is the first I heard that they looked like galaxies and water and shit. Oh yeah, man, hide that Pornhub, got it.
My phone would actually.
It won't. There's an echo.
Yeah, the mic was on for a while.
That was like 30 seconds. Yeah, that was my fault. I need to let him use the buttons. Hashtag professional streamer, guys. I know everything that I'm doing. Except for what I'm doing. The Yeezy Home, igloo-like structures for affordable housing in the U.S.
Sure.
Did anyone buy one? Inspired by Star Wars, so that's why Star Wars was part of this.
Low-income housing endeavor. Prefabricated concrete modules.
In 2019, some prototypes were demolished after the protests from the locals complaining West failed to secure permits for them.
Star Wars. Oh, showing the scene that they're kind of modeled after, with those dome huts on.
Was that Coruscant? No.
Yes.
Ruins of Tunisia.
All right.
Okay, so see if Yeezy Home went anywhere. Because this article's from 2020.
Oh, apparently the design company he named after his mother. That's kind of sweet.
Well, yeah, dude. I mean, like, we're not saying like he's not an inhuman monster.
Yeah.
He's just problematic. But yeah, we gotta put. Give me some info. Is this a current project or is that over?
It looks like it's over. Let's find out.
Whatever happened to Yeezy Homes? Outcome. There you go. Just a bunch of images. Let's see. Updated prototype. That's 2020. 2019. There's nothing about it newer than 2020.
Yeah, they were demolished in 2019.
Oh, those are the prototypes. Those are the ones they didn't get permits for. This was after that, and they were still building them at that point. I think his first couple prototypes got demolished because he didn't get them permitted, and then he came back and got them permitted. And
Easy Home Project, which he launched in 2018, so that's when he started it.
so yeah, that sounds about right. Like his first ones that he finished building probably got taken down. He was back into production by 2020. So we should have some Yeezy homes now. What's up with the homeless in California?
Apparently, so you remember him running for president in 2020.
Mm-hmm. I think he just dropped it.
Yeah, so he kind of did it as a publicity stunt, it looks like, for that, along with his Yeezy design apparel. And then it doesn't. Last month, he revealed his fashion company with Gap.
That I think was serious. He's been trying to do that for a while.
Yeah, the news of this comes with a wave of announcements, including his ambitions to run for U.S. president. So, I think it was a publicity thing that he kind of just dropped.
I largely think that the presidential thing was a publicity thing for his clothing line.
Probably. But
I'd like to think that the homes was like actually a real thing. That he really wanted to do some good. But, you know. It said he started that the housing company in 2012, huh? Honda?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Well,
maybe
no,
there was
his-
something legit behind it.
well, it was a design company, so
Oh. So yeah, the clothing line.
yeah. And the only thing more recent than that, as far as houses and Kanye goes, is him tearing down his home across the street from Kim Kardashian when they. Yeah.
I don't even want to live near you anymore.
I don't even want building near you anymore. Fuck this building.
I still own it, and I could break it down, and it'll be loud, and it'll mess up your sleep. I don't know why I'm taking the voice to tease him, but anyway, so I'm done. I'm done with this. Like, he's just going off. So this is what we're all here to see.
All right.
And I'm just gonna go ahead and say, like, shout out to the conservative twins. I guess, like, I've never actually watched your content before.
I mean, it should be interesting to see. We shall.
I feel like in general, I'm gonna be ideologically opposed to you guys, but I feel like in this, we are all united.
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, this is just dressed as the guilt. I love it. So that's definitely got to be a Pulp Fiction reference.
All right.
From you. Thanks a lot, Netton.
Yeah, we got a damn good show for y'all.
A damn good show.
Yeah,
What was that, a fly swatter?
I think so. I think Alex Jones got a bunch of flies in this. I don't know what the hell that was. It looked like something you clean the pool with.
Or the fish tank.
So I guess Kanye was making a reference to
What's up
Netanyahu.
with the GIMP mask?
Remember that
Okay, well, if anything, at least they're kind of cute. They're
Yeah.
adorable.
Yeah, and knowing some of the stuff seeing the clips and knowing some of the stuff that Kanye says in this interview, I'm really curious to see what their reaction is.
Yeah, so I guess this might be. I don't know if this is like a straight up reaction or if they like, you know, tested the waters before jumping into this clip. I figure most of the people who were covering it definitely didn't like see it live and then just react to it. They just like, you know, were like, okay, everyone told me about how bad this was. But like, yeah, I don't really know their content, and I'm gonna skip through most of their stuff. I just wanted to kind of like get a feel for like their thing, and yeah, I do want to see some of what they have to say about it because I'm curious. I've never watched their stuff before.
Yeah. Also, no king shame on the GIMP mask.
I mean, a little kink shame. I will always shame people for false or assumed kink.
Fair.
Let's see.
Hey, Justin, you was strapped to some kind of device and somebody was...
or you was hanging out with your Balenciaga friends. Perfect time to wear it. Because that's actually a Balenciaga mask.
Yeah.
I mean, there's another picture, Kim. Not just well. This is actually before the show.
Wait a minute.
That looks crazy as hell.
So the eyes are zippers. And then it's one big zipper down. What the hell? I mean, I would wear that if I was gay and I was going to a glory hole and I don't want nobody to see my face.
Bring up the picture, Kim. See, she wore this.
That is crazy.
Yeah, that's actually Kim Kardashian. She wore this at like one of those Met galas.
Yeah. I thought it was something to do with the, I ain't gonna say it.
What?
I thought it was, Muslims, you know how they, their faith, sometimes the women.
Well, women do, the Muslim faith, they do cover up like that, yeah.
And that's the
But
next,
they don't take it that damn far. You can at least see that.
That's the next step.
Hey, let's get off of that topic. Hey, so we're gonna get to Kanye West's.
We got a damn good show for y'all today.
Here's on Alex Jones. Here's the first video.
You're not Hitler. You're not a Nazi. You don't deserve to be called that and demonized.
Well, I see good things about Hitler also. I love everyone, and Jewish people are not going to tell me you can love us, and you can love what we're doing to you with the contracts, and you can love what we're pushing with the pornography. But this guy that invented highways, invented the very microphone that I use as a musician, you can't say out loud that this
What?
Invented highways, invented the microphone.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that personally.
I didn't know that Hitler was so inventive.
I hadn't heard that myself.
It's not like, he created the announcement systems that he did his hate speeches on and everything.
No, he definitely did.
Or, the roads that they
no specific
drove.
No, it wasn't that he created the microphone. He just specifically invented Beats by Dre. Oh man, that's terrible. Like I don't even fact check. I need a source.
Yeah, right.
Did Hitler invent highway? No, I think that might have been the Romans.
I mean, they
definitely made
cobblestone highways.
Yes,
that they traveled along. Yeah.
The highways they invented.
The first use of asphalt was. I want to say the first use of asphalt was France, actually.
Could be. I'm just gonna say, like, by the time we were in the middle of the 1900s, I know for a fact we had fucking paved highways. I'm just like.
Yeah, no, it's a thing. And
as
far as the microphone goes,
this is World War II. So like, was this the 1940s? 1930s would be the earliest that Hitler could be inventing things.
Well,
cars weren't invented that long before then, so maybe not.
Yeah, no, it's
except didn't we have like roads and shit before cars?
That's why I was kind of like the road. He invented the highways that his people were already traveling on. He invented the microphone that he performed his hate speeches on. Like, these things were already established well at the time that they occurred.
Yeah.
Or that he occurred, I'll say.
Fair. So, like, again, source, somebody's citation needed?
Yeah.
You can't say that out loud, he said out loud.
Person ever did anything good, and I'm done with that. I'm done with the classifications. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
To be fair, maybe he was just saying the guy who invented microphones was evil, because he hadn't mentioned Hitler yet quite at that point.
Well,
Alex said, "You're not a Nazi." And he said, well, first of all, we didn't address that. We should address that.
Yeah, right.
Alex Jones gave him the out of, you're not this thing. And then Kanye was like,
you're not a Nazi, you don't love Hitler. Well,
yeah. And then
let me stop you right there. I'm going to let you finish.
Yeah. Kanye was like, Alex, don't label me. I got this.
I'm seeing the same issue with the girl from the last video. Your PR team told you not to.
I mean, at this point, I don't think he has a PR team. He just has, like, the dudes that hang out with him, so they have to tell him his ideas are good.
Or else they stop hanging out with him and he stops paying for things.
Yes. When it's like when someone's like, "Hey man, maybe you shouldn't go on the news as you with like a zippered up black mask from a company that just had a kind of scandal thing go on."
Yeah.
Was this before or after their scandal? Actually, I didn't even, because they just had that whole thing with the bondage teddy bears, and everyone was so mad about.
I mean, when you get into the kink community thing, everyone's always up in arms about stuff like that.
It wasn't just that; it was the bondage teddy bears with kids, and then in one
Oh.
of the pictures there was a literal court document about CSA in one of the pictures.
I don't even know.
Yeah,
Right.
it's a lot of the backlash is just highly politicized, but it was also like a really unfortunate confluence of choices.
Yeah, I can see that. Like, it's...
Yeah, they mentioned they were like, "Oh yeah, no, this picture is just in the public domain," and I'm like, "Yeah, but it was like picked. Someone chose this one.
Yeah. Someone sat there and went, that.
Someone was like, bondage bears, kids. What's that word there? Yeah, let's use that one. It's relevant, right?"
Oh, I don't... I'm, like I said, I'm curious what these guys have to say about it.
I mean, nobody's making that argument. No one's making that argument. That goes without saying. You don't have to say that. I know evil people did good things. That don't mean you're supposed to forget what they. Oh, fuck. Did he say he invented He invented the rose. Hitler invented roads. Man, that was roads long before Hitler was around.
Where did he get that from?
I guess they called them paths. What did he get? I would like to find. I would like to know how you did the research on Hitler. How did you discover that he invented roads? Microphones. He didn't invent any of that. Like, needless to say, he invented concentration camps. Yeah, well, you ain't bringing that up. Hey, needless to say, I mean,
No, he didn't.
No, those also existed before Hitler.
Unfortunately, like, he popularized them in the modern era.
Yeah.
I mean, like, seriously, he did it, and then like America did it too.
Yeah.
Like in the same conflict.
Yeah.
Oh, and again,
We weren't as good as they were, though.
And please phrasing.
Yeah.
And we've also done it more recently, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Not me personally. I can't speak for you. You haven't put a whole bunch of the same type of person in one place and not let them leave for a long time, have you?
While simultaneously, like, neglecting their needs and care.
Oh, that's not necessary for the definition, but sure, why not?
No, I haven't participated in anything like that.
Okay. Good. Thank you. I'm glad to know that I'm not sitting with a war criminal. Well, I don't know. That's not the only war crime.
There are a lot of them, apparently. Apparently, I found out recently, shooting somebody while they're under the effects of tear gas is a war crime.
For real?
Yeah. It was.
I mean, I can see it.
I was looking at TikTok. The use of chemical warfare, specifically for tear gas, the use of it does not constitute a war crime, even though it is technically a chemical weapon.
Unless you then use
but
their
because
discombobulation to kill.
Yeah, because they are incapacitated under the effects of it.
So would that count for any chemical agent, technically, including like pepper spray?
I don't know.
Because I mean, you're definitely largely incapacitated. You can't see.
Yeah, I just don't know I don't know specifically about the. Apparently, it is different depending upon the chemical used.
Okay. I mean, and
I heard about was the tear gas specifically.
I can see reasons for distinctions, but that does seem stupidly arbitrary.
But it's like, because the use of a nerve agent that causes paralysis and death in a person, that in itself, the use of that is a war crime.
Wait. So then if we're talking like a 007 situation and like a spy like drops like a sedative into an enemy agent's like drink, and then later he shoots him while he's like dizzy from the benzos, does that count as a war crime? That's definitely during war. Like the espionage and counter-espionage is definitely.
I can see that being under the conscripts of that particular element.
Okay. I mean,
it's like
research needed. Yeah, citation needed.
Yeah, no, it's like this is something that was hearing about and everything like that, but it's still like entertaining to kind of think about as far as this conversation goes as well. But it's like, yeah, no, like he also didn't invent concentration camps.
No, that is no, he
Those,
did not.
those that existed for a while, they had not been used
For quite some time.
Yeah, because
since slavery.
Yeah, well, it's.
I hate to say that, but like a lot of plantations would technically kind of fit the bill.
Yeah, but they have,
especially given that like camps like Auschwitz, for example, had like the heavy labor aspects.
No, it's a reasonable comparison.
Yeah.
It is. I'm just.
Oh man, that's man. Humans, get your fucking shit together as a whole. We need to get this place. We need to clean it up around here. This is fucking garbage. What is happening?
I don't even.
Why are
wanna
people
know.
so shit to each other? Like that's just.
That goes into a conversation about human nature, and I'm not qualified for that one.
I am, unfortunately. It's by it. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm choosing.
I'm just kidding. Human nature is not bad. Actually, human nature is pretty neutral.
I choose not to be qualified for it. I've done the research, I've done the studies and whatnot, but it's a thing of like it's too much for me to be able to say, and I've gotten into plenty of conversations with people that people are horrible creatures. I'm like, no. People are people.
Yes.
Horrible things are horrible.
Yes. Some people are horrible.
Some people do very horrible things, but that does not make people as a whole horrible.
Nope. But don't forget though, sometimes someone can make a mistake and decimate them. I can't even. Oh my god, where's my ukulele when I never had one?
All right, let's see what else I have to say.
Even the worst people that's ever existed on this planet, they've at one point in time did at least one thing nice.
Yeah.
Or something that's considered good. But why in the hell?
Why is that your hill to die on?
When you stand out and make that statement regarding Hitler, it seems like you're a Nazi sympathizer.
Yeah, sound like you like friends with them, like you like them.
Like even if Hitler,
let's say, for example, Hitler cured cancer. I still don't. Well, that's kind of different. You say,
what the hell is wrong with you?
I'm just saying.
What are you
Up
saying?
to a certain degree, I'll just leave it alone.
I mean, the only thing, like, let's say he did invent the cure for cancer, and there's no cancer today. I mean, you could come out there and say, yeah, he cured cancer, and he was an evil person. He killed millions of Jews.
But he didn't invent anything.
I'm just saying hypothetically.
Yeah,
that's the only time you would stand up and try to, like...
Yeah. Somebody that evil and demonic can never invent anything that would enrich anybody's life.
I have to put a counterpoint on that one because there are plenty of evil and demonic people that invented things that benefit our lives even today.
There's a lot of people who've invented things that actually really hurt people that
It
later were used to do some pretty solid things.
It does not justify their hurting of the person in any way.
Not even a little bit.
In the situation that they're giving, if Hitler had invented the cure to cancer and we had no more cancer today, he's still a jackass who orchestrated the murder of thousands of individuals.
Yeah, man. And look, at the end of the day, saving a life is absolutely awesome, and has absolutely no bearing on whether or not you've taken one.
Yeah, it's just because you're a doctor, you don't get a license to commit murder. I'm sorry.
I mean, like, wouldn't that be a fucked up society? Like, okay, well, I've got an allowance of like 4 more humans, so if this fucking drive-through window does not clear right now, we're gonna have a problem.
Yeah, right? It's
you got a quota of 4 more humans I can kill before I go to prison. What the? No.
It's just like no. It doesn't count as murder because I saved that guy from choking. Like
yeah, see, once you save a life, you're responsible for it, right? And I don't want to be responsible for it anymore, so I ended it. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, like that kind of thing. Like, I'm not saying that these guys ascribe to it, but it's like
I don't
as,
think
as
they
far
do.
as far as that like logical statement go, like I agree. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like that statement. Like yeah, it's, no. You did a terrible thing.
You did a murders. That's multiples.
Yeah.
You did a murders.
Doesn't matter what good things you do.
As a matter of fact, you did a Holocaust, bro.
Oh.
That's like one of the worst kinds of murders that there are.
Going into our previous video with the it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to make mistakes. That's absolutely a thing.
It is.
Doing something on purpose, doing something with intention.
You can't be like, oh, sorry, the Jews. It was just a big oopsie. Oh.
Yeah, and we also
My
agreed at that
grandma's
point.
still dead.
We also agree at that point. There are certain points where, even though you've made the mistake, you still have to accept the terms that the consequences for that mistake.
Accountability is not just saying sorry. It's not just being sorry.
No, it's
being accountable. It's fixing the wrong.
Fixing the wrong, or at least, dealing with
the
the consequences of the wrong.
Because sometimes you cannot make it better. Sometimes the hurt that you have caused is too deep.
Yeah.
And that's just gonna be how that is.
Now, let's see how Kanye tries to justify Hitler.
Could you evil? Could you imagine if Hitler won? If they won, which war was it? World War One?
It's World War II. You dumb it. You dummy.
Dumb it. Well, whatever war it was.
No, it was World War VI.
Let's say Hitler won that war. I would be
Screwed.
literally.
You would be screwed.
There would be no Kanye.
Yeah. It might be a Kanye. You might be wearing that Get mask. Oh, it'll be a Kanye, but it ain't gonna be the Kanye you is today. You're gonna be wearing a Get mask, walking around, serving Nazis.
Yeah, anyway, next video.
We'll take breaks and stuff too, and get Ye to eat something or whatever. Me and Nick got something he hasn't eaten yet, and we're just.
I stay fasting.
That's right. He won't eat. I'm trying to get him to eat. So I'm like an Italian, manja. So we're gonna.
I gotta watch my accounts because they've been frozen by the Jewish banks. So I need to watch my meals.
Well, CNN says white people are evil Nazis. So. I mean, I disagree with both statements, but I get the frozen.
I don't like the word evil next to Nazis. I think we need to look at.
Play it again.
Oh my goodness! Just because you don't like one group doesn't mean the other. But look,
I love Jewish people, but I also love Nazis.
Oh man! Well, I have to.
It's kind of hard to do both, man. You gotta give him some props for being able to pull off such a difficult, emotional fucking hula dance there.
I'm just watching. I'm assuming this guy right here is the Alex Jones.
Yes, this is the InfoWars guy. This is the guy who was screaming about them making the frogs gay. That's that guy. Yeah, he does not look great.
I mean, he looks better now than he did back then. He looked bad back then.
He just was in the middle of screaming back then. This is him when he's not like angry. He's just like
he doesn't even know how to react.
Yes, he's lost because again. He was expecting someone to come on and make some dog whistles at his largely white supremacist audience, not literally throw the dog whistle out the window and start screaming Hitler.
We stopped his face at a great point right there as well. It's just like he's just sitting there like having just heard this, like, yeah.
That is a look of, it hurts real bad, but I don't want the kids to know.
Yeah.
Good night, buddy.
Night.
Give me a high five. I have a camera on right now, and you have no shirt on.
But no, it's like I just had to stop it right there because like he's just sitting there bursting out laughing at that statement, and like we are too, but it's like that point of unity where insanity just like. Do you take him serious? I don't take him seriously. Like, who's taking him seriously enough that he thinks that this is okay? Like, I highly doubt that that's what's going through his head or anything like that.
I think right now what he's just thinking is, oh God, my career might be over.
I mean, he at least does have that blanket of mental health issues for Kanye.
And like I said, it's like we're gonna try and move on. We're gonna try and force Kanye to put some food in his mouth so he stops talking. And Kanye's just like, yeah, just feel like I need to say something about Jews right now.
I don't like evil and Nazis being used right next to each other. Like, that.
Yeah, man.
Let's see what happens.
Disagree with that.
If you don't like,
How the hell is you making Alex Jones feel uncomfortable?
hey, I know. Seems like to me you got something against Jewish people. If you got something, why are you putting money in Jewish banks?
Yeah. If you dislike the Jews, and you got all this money, you decide to put it in
once you find your African bank,
you do that money gone.
I take my chances with the Jewish bank. Hey, not fooling around with no African banks.
Holy fuck, bro. The self-racism is strong with these two, isn't that?
Right?
Holy shit. I don't even know really how to fully respond to that statement except to say, holy fuck.
This Kanye episode has been a lot of that between the various.
This is terrible. So if you're that upset about the Jews, why would you put your money in Jewish banks, followed with go find a black bank, and then they both bust out laughing, intimate that means you just threw your money away?
That money gonna be gone.
God damn. Self-hatred is so strong with these two.
Yeah.
It's worse, right? Because imagine you hate yourself that much, and then there's a whole ass other person who looks just like you. And you live with that motherfucker.
Yeah. You have a career with that fucker.
Holy shit. How do you even? I am very, very concerned for both of their safety. I feel like at any point one of them could just be like, that black motherfucker, and stab him in his sleep. Holy shit. The self-hatred is strong with these two.
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna go back into it. I gotta mute this real quick.
I would stick with the Jews. they know how to invest your money.
Heard they give you interest and everything. Hey man, but yeah, this is crazy. Alex
crazy.
Jones looks really uncomfortable. Did y'all notice his friend?
Yeah, his Jew bashing friend.
His damn Holocaust denying friend.
Yeah, Kanye actually took a turn for the worse like the last week or so, and this guy came into the picture. His name is Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
He's a known Holocaust denier. He's a white supremacist. Ever since he came into Kanye's life, it seemed like he went crazy.
Yeah, I want to say this. It's like a lot of Kanye West's life is going in the wrong direction now.
Yeah.
And all of it's actually been self-inflicted.
Yeah.
He's done it to himself. Nobody's really out to get you. You're doing all of this to yourself.
Yeah, Jewish people ain't after you. The only person
I mean, they'll be after you if you go after them like you going after them.
I'm glad they brought that. I was gonna be like, Jewish people are not good. They might be now.
Yeah, immediately after you.
I'm glad you caught yourself on that one, because like that's a. And I'm not saying like Jewish people as an organization. I just mean like some Jewish folks might have taken exception to the things. You are rich. You're well connected. You're probably very well protected. But like, if somebody wants to assassinate you, bro, like, it depends on how badly they want to. It's usually not a good idea. Like, I think, like, as a single human being to just like insult an entire group of people, because like all it takes is one of those people to dedicate the next 20 years to like destroying you.
Yeah.
And like you won't see it coming, because you'll be like, man, I was really rude to those people that one time. I wonder if they remember. And he's just like literally like sharpening. It's like
I mean, you don't even need. Like, how did the Jewish banks respond? Like, apparently his assets are frozen at the time that this happens, because
I would not be surprised.
I assume, considering the talking about how terrible Jewish people are and whatnot in the first video that we looked at.
Yeah.
Like, if that's why his assets were frozen in this video.
It could be, and like you're really blaming them at that point.
Yeah, right.
Anyways,
It's like, oh, I'm coming after you, I'm coming after your family, I'm coming after all y'all. Oh, let's take away your ability to do that. Just until we get all this shit sorted out. Like, it's got your name on it. We'll pull it out for you when you prove that you're not gonna be coming after us.
yeah, that just seems like a reasonably defensive move.
Specifically defensive
I was like,
move.
wait. You gave me all of your money. You gave me all your money. And then you were like, I'm going to kill you. You could have given me all your bananas. I'm not giving you those bananas back until we're cool, man. Because those bananas will give you energy, and energy will fuel your hatred.
Yeah. It's a common sense move.
I'm just saying, like, okay, like the idea of like pissing somebody off and or threatening them harm, but like they're currently holding on to your social security number and all your info.
Yeah.
You know, or upsetting somebody with whom you share a deep dark secret that only makes you look bad.
Yeah.
I was like, well, I was there, or he told me about it, and he showed me a couple of pictures. And, you know, I had reason to believe that maybe it was Photoshop, but, like, on second thought, I really felt like I ought to tell you, FBI.
Yeah. Right. Fucking.
Why didn't you tell us right away? Well, because, like, I really had to think about whether or not I really felt like I had to ask him if I could see them again. Because, like, if it was fake and I brought you guys into it, I'd feel really bad wasting your time and resources and, you know, kind of ruining his life.
Yeah.
I was just like, man, I can't wait. Because, like, okay. I can't wait for when something actually does come out that Kanye's actually embarrassed about.
Yeah.
Because at this point, he's been open enough with some of his stuff that if anybody wants to look through his stuff, they're going to find it. And I know, like, for example, stuff with his romantic life was not always, like, the least tumultuous. I know stuff with some of his financial things people have been curious about, and, you know, tying into getting assets frozen. Maybe that's not because of a reaction from, you know, some particular people.
Yeah.
Maybe that's, like, due to something shady business-wise that he was involved with.
Yeah.
Like, maybe there's an SEC or an FBI investigation or something. I don't know. But what I do know is just coming right out. Like he's about to, and I have to pee. I have to take that boy out. I want you to continue with this. If they say anything funny, I just want you to go back to it for me when I get back.
All right.
I've seen his Alex Jones segment.
See, I have not seen the whole thing.
Yeah, this bit I've seen. This one, I know where this is going. And like I said, he gets almost orgasmic in his joy with saying something that he apparently has really wanted to say.
I'm the one who brought this one up, so I can't even blame you for foisting this upon me.
I mean, hey, look, I'm only here to serve, my friends. Even when it came to the stuff I was showing you before, you said you wanted to know more.
Yeah.
You said, look, you want to learn. To do what you want to do, we both need to learn a whole lot in, like, 4.5 years.
Yeah.
So, we're going to start here.
Yeah.
And we'll get the political science degrees later.
Something like that.
I mean, by the time we're going to be done with this, I think we may have changed our mind about getting into politics. But maybe not. Maybe it'll only strengthen our resolve somehow.
Yeah.
Maybe this acid won't erode our willpower.
Just let it on, keep it going for it. You know how you turn out into that homeless man that's always going for governor.
Well, we're gonna have to do a thing about Herschel Walker. We're gonna have to do probably a couple of things on both Ted Cruz and Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, I'm not looking into the actual candidate stuff.
We're gonna do some of that stuff.
I know.
We're having fun right now with the drama stuff, but we do eventually have to like
Get serious.
and look at the players on the stage. You know, like
Yeah. A lot of them are just fucking shitty, though.
oh no, they are. But just think of when like it's literally gonna be your job every day to deal with at least some of them.
I'm aware.
So like we gotta snap on, bud.
That's part of where the concern is, because it's the thing of like, oh, you have a meeting at, 5 o'clock with Ted Cruz about this thing. I'm like, he's probably seen my video on.
Yeah, that's another thing. Choosing this as your path to the presidency here.
I mean,
It's basically like you're not gonna be able to schmooze with anybody.
I don't want to.
I mean, cool. Just remember that means like absolutely zero political cachet with anybody. That means every political thing you want to do, you're gonna have to fight everybody for it.
I'm aware of that. However,
I say we institute trial by combat. Then we'll actually win.
Depending on some states, they actually have that still allowed. Texas still allows trial by combat.
No, I don't mean like dueling to the death. I mean fighting in order to pass a law. I mean like, okay, you guys don't want to pass this law? Okay, which one of you wants to fight for it? Pick your representative, let's do this. I'll take one from every party. Because we're doing this. You can't just run politics by punching people. Do you know that there is a very long and storied precedent of American presidents beating the fuck out of people to get their way?
Was it Roosevelt? I think was the biggest.
Roosevelt was one of them. Man, I'm trying to remember because he wasn't the biggest one. There was one guy in particular.
I remember Grant having.
Yes, that's who it was. That's who it was. Oh man, President Grant and the punchies. The drunk punchies sometimes too.
Yeah. I don't think. What do you think now? It's not a good way to run a government, but.
No, it's not a. Well, I mean, not with just the random violence, but sanctioned violence, possibly televised. Look, American interest will never have been so high. Worldwide interest will never have been so high in American politics.
True. However, we will also be one. Well, I mean, we would be one of the most feared countries again, because what the fuck are they doing?
But also, you said you wanted to stop there being old-ass fucks in government?
Yeah.
People will stop voting for old-ass fucks if they want to get their way. Just saying. No one's gonna vote for a Bernie or a Trump or a Biden or a fucking McConnell if, like, to have a voice, this dude needs to not get knocked out in 3 minutes.
I mean, they probably still would have voted for Trump, which would have been more entertaining.
I don't think they would have. I don't think anyone being honest with themselves would have thought that Trump could have legitimately won a fight if anybody had just thought, I don't need this guy to be very smart. He just needs to be younger than 40.
I mean, given how he kind of lorded himself over Ted Cruz.
Yes, but that was waging of political power. That really might have come across as physicality, but trust me, that was just political power.
I can see plenty of people making the mistake.
Ted Cruz, well, yeah, but Ted Cruz, first of all, is a coward.
Yeah.
Yes, I said it. Ted Cruz, you're a coward.
Fight me.
Fight me. You're bigger than me. What you scared of? And two, right? And two, I don't think Ted Cruz has a true conception of, like, why one should be afraid of being punched in the face. However, I think he has a very real conception of what someone can do with money and power.
I can see that. However, I've lived in a world without money.
Exactly. I've
So-
definitely never had power.
So, I'm
I was like, come after my bank account. It's fucking empty.
mine's pretty much there too.
Yep.
I think I'm sitting on $20 right now.
What's that? You want to oppress me? With more? Sure, I guess.
That's where the difference comes from. It's the thing of like, that's why I'm tired of the politicians that are in place, because you're creating all these laws and everything like that. You're creating these stances, these policies and everything, and I'm sitting here living underneath them, seeing how none of them benefit any of us. That's the bullshit that I'm seeing. So
It be like that, my friend. It be like that. Were you standing up for me?
I mean,
I thought you were mostly stretching your back. I was gonna let you
I'm-
finish so that you could sit down comfortably before I took off.
well, yeah, but I can't sit down until after you take off.
Well, yes. So I was just waiting for you to get fully done.
Yeah,
You good?
yeah.
You got the back issues. I got the comfy chair this time. So. Was that better for you last time? By the way, you seem to be okay sitting for like the 4.5 hours you were in it.
Slightly more comfortable for my back, but not so much for my nerves because I feel like I'm gonna fall out of the damn thing.
Yeah, it does. It do a lot of movement. The arms definitely are not. It's not safe.
Yeah. I'm gonna take your chair though while you do.
No, don't.
Apparently not.
Yeah. See.
Your coffee at the very least does.
Yeah.
Alright. Here, while he's not playing his game and I'm not gonna pick it up, I'm at least going to pop that up so that way I can kind of see where I'm at. I'll wait until he comes back out, but get back into this. So
Hey, you've been canceled and restricted. You're gonna lose everything. At this pace, you're gonna lose absolutely everything.
Yeah.
You lost your marriage. I heard you paying $200,000 in child support. I mean,
Man, think about that. He was married to what that damn household seemed like. Kanye hanging out with the kids and Kim. What was that like? Y'all walking around the house with damn gimp mask on. And,
praising Hitler and shit.
I mean, look at all the deuces in the Kardashian. Like, look at what's his face? He's a girl now.
Bruce.
Look at Bruce.
Yeah, he turned a man into a woman and turned Kanye into a gimp.
Into a damn anti-Semitic black dude.
Yeah, and they keep saying black people can't be racist.
They make some damn good racists, if you ask me. Next video.
Hey, have you noticed the whole time it's got the Holy Bible right there on the table? Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Let me just say this in closing. I've done a lot of study. I think Hitler was a really bad guy, and I repudiate what Hitler did. I understand that the British intelligence set him up and used him.
I like Hitler.
I don't like Hitler. And I know you're trying to be shocking with that.
I'm not trying to be shocking. I like Hitler. I do not. The Holocaust is not what happened. Let's look at the facts of that. And Hitler has a lot of redeeming qualities.
So tell us, you think Hitler was the good guy in World War II?
Before he even gets into his concepts of whether or not Hitler was a good guy or not, the Holocaust isn't what they said it was. You sure? We have video evidence of that time period. We have it in color. Are you sure? Like, that's a thing that exists. Anyway, let's see what he has to say about Hitler.
World War II?
I think God says man should not kill. We should not have wars, period. None of us should be killing anybody. Ukraine and the streets of Chicago, all violence should stop, and we should all serve Christ. That's what I feel. And I feel like I love everyone accordingly, from all the way from the Balenciagas to the Hitlers.
Well, let me tell you a story.
Hold on, sir.
Okay.
To Ari Emanuel, to Jamie Dimon, to the people who, what's that?
Got an Amber Alert.
They pulled up the black bars on his ass.
That was an Amber Alert. Right?
He said something.
Yeah, Alex Jones said, well, I'm sorry, we got an Amber Alert.
Yeah, he said, bring up an Amber Alert. Get this dude shut the hell up. You hear a guy go, what the hell is that? Is that the Jews coming?
That's what he thought it was. He thought it was the Jews coming.
That's the only way you gonna get him to shut up. Damn Jews is coming.
Run, Kanye, run.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Ye. That was a very easy question to answer, Kanye. I mean, Ye. He said, was Hitler the bad guy? And you totally sidestepped the question. That was a layup.
That was like a layup. You went up and went through the most of it. Damn ball hit the rim and hit you in the face.
That's like you drowning
That's like you drowning in 2 feet of water. Relax, just stand the fuck up.
No, that's like you drowning in 2 feet of water, right? And they throw you a rope and you wrap that rope around your neck and hang yourself. Yeah, you're a Holocaust denier.
Yeah, you said that.
You praising Hitler, man.
It's like I didn't actually know these people exist, Holocaust deniers, but yeah, this shit's real. I thought that was just some term the left made up to bash the right.
Yeah. Man, this is not going to help Trump's campaign to get president.
Yeah, Kanye and his little Jew bashing friend was right there with him. That's all over the news.
It's almost like y'all trying to keep Trump from being president. It's like you're doing this on purpose, like you were paid or something. Doesn't make any sense y'all eating with Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Now you're on Alex Jones praising Hitler. I mean, I think you're trying to set up a good white man.
All right, man.
No, man, fuck it.
Next video.
I've said it, the most Nazi-like activities I've seen, and the Nazis, in my view, were thugs that shook people down, did a lot of really bad things.
But they did good things too. We're going to stop dissing the Nazis all the time.
Okay. We're going to get to that. But I don't.
What the fuck?
Hey, play that video.
I just had to pause that for a second. There's only so much I can, like, even with these guys interrupting and everything, like.
Take a moment, breathe. You're good.
The Nazis did some good things too.
Clip Chimps just got you saying that.
Hope they got the disappointment in my voice.
I mean, just a little bit of forlornness, that's all. Chimps just got you saying that. Don't worry. The person I just sent that to didn't catch you saying that.
Yeah. I mean, it's that phrase. Like, there were good things that came from unfortunate circumstances in World War II. Among those being things like aspirin.
Yeah. There's a lot of good things that people can do while bad things are happening.
A lot of the wound treatments that we have for first aid, and specifically for military emergency first aid, came from the horrendous experiments that the Nazis performed on the prisoners that they had. How we got those things are terrible. The fact that they exist and they've gone on to save many more lives are great, but that goes exactly into what we were talking about earlier. Just because the action you performed saves lives or has the potential to save lives does not excuse the performing of those actions.
The means and the ends and the things in the middle.
Yeah, it's... If he goes into a conversation about that, then I will see it as understandable for his viewpoint, if not condonable.
I gotta go get him. Apparently he doesn't want to hang out very long today.
But I don't think he's going to go that route. As far as the good things the Nazis did. Let's go. What?
Video good. Don't he play? Hold on. Before you play it again, don't he sound like he should be like a character on South Park? Just his voice. It's like it sounds like a kid at times. You know what I mean? Play it again. This sounds like a little kid, like Cartman or something.
I've said it, the most Nazi-like activities I've seen, and the Nazis, in my view, were thugs that shook people down, did a lot of really bad things.
But they did good things too. We're gonna stop dissing the Nazis all the time.
Okay, we're gonna get to that. But I don't.
You sound like a little kid, huh? Yeah.
Also, respect to Alex Jones, if only so far. Like, I don't know anything about him either, but respect to him, if only so far as Nazis were bad. It's like, we need to stop dissing. We'll get to that. Just kind of that putting him in his place sort of thing. It's like, we're not touching on that yet. Sit down there and wait.
You never want to say poor Alex Jones, but yeah, poor Alex Jones.
We've been saying that a lot with the stuff, specifically in reference to Kanye's stuff.
Well, yeah, because it kind of just does. Okay, you ever just meet a person, and then like that person walks away from you, and you're just like, damn, somebody else has to talk to that person now.
Unfortunately, too many.
But any quite this bad?
No. No.
So I'm just saying, like, even in context, this is horrible.
Yeah, it's like I heard about some of the stuff that Kanye was saying. Like I said, I stepped away fairly early on, but it's just like some of this stuff is just wow.
I don't know. So would you say this is what Kanye really believes, or it's just like the current configuration of Kanye's brain?
No, like Alex Jones had a very keen thing of like, oh, you're saying this to get that shock value, and I'm not going to give it to you.
I think that's damage control. I think that's Alex Jones trying to make it seem like, oh, Kanye doing another publicity stunt. Get him out of here.
Like, that may be so, but like there is some validity to that line of thinking.
I think so, yes.
So it's like, oh, you've got this is just a publicity stunt. Like, okay, I can't condone the publicity stunt, but I can understand it.
I mean, it's Alex Jones. Of all people, he can. This guy, he sells so much stuff. He's one of the guys who can, in the same breath, talk about the soy boys and how soy is feminizing people, and then sell a supplement that contains soy.
I mean,
he's not an honest or good person. He's gotten sued.
Billy Mays, but for evil.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, he's gotten sued over so many things. Like, I want to say he lost millions of dollars due to one of his things. He's been kicked off of many different networks and platforms. That's why I was like, oh shit, is he? I think I remembered hearing he's not even on YouTube anymore. Like, a lot of his content is, but he's not allowed. So just like kind of one of those things. It's like you hate to feel sorry for that guy.
Yeah,
but you kind of do a little.
I mean, sometimes people are just out of their depth, and you can like maybe not feel sorry for, but at least empathize with.
Yeah, I mean, I've been out of my depth before. It's happened.
Kanye seems to be throwing a lot of people out of their depth, and it's not a good thing.
Well, that's because he. Okay, you know they say like, oh, he's gone off the deep end, and I never really got that. It's like you don't go off the deep end, you go into the deep end.
Yeah.
He's gone off the deep end. he was facing the water, and then he turned around, he jumped, and he just no-clipped through the earth. And I don't think many people can follow him there.
I don't think so either. I'm scared. We have 7 minutes left of this. These guys are at least a lot,
They're easier to take than him 70% of the time.
Yeah.
And then they say some seriously self-racist shit.
Yeah, that was what you missed at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, I figured. That's why I was like, I don't even want to go back, because I'm sure they said some shit that's just going to make me angry. And it's like, I don't even know these guys. I don't want to be mad at them yet.
Yet.
I mean, like, we'll see. Now that I see where this is at, I'm definitely going to be looking into their content. And if it's as juicy as I think it might be, we might be doing a feature on them.
All right.
That's when I was looking through trying to find a clip of this, because like I said, you can't find Alex Jones anywhere, and this is not just gonna be on. Yeah, but like looking for something, I was like, oh yeah, the Fauci, and then oh yeah, this guy. Oh, who are these? The conservative twins.
Yeah, I mean they had a reasonably length video for what we do.
Well, and just like
As opposed to what was it? Fauci's was 3 hours long, I think it was.
Yeah. Well, and but then like looking at like the painting of the, is that a painting or is that an actual flag in the background? I can't tell. It looks like an actual flag.
Oh,
And then like the eagle.
I have not actually seen it move. The curtain next to it is real. I think
It might
that's
be
a chalk
painting.
drawing.
Okay, chalk drawing. Okay, but like just looking at their whole setup, I was like, wow, this is like ultra patriotic, and they're the conservative twins, and I don't know about this video. I might want to learn about these guys.
Yeah, well, let's learn a little bit more then.
Yeah, if Kenny could talk on the soft part.
Hey man, you know if somebody say you are say you're crazy, I can't even counter the argument anymore. I can't. I ain't got nothing to stand on.
To be fair, yeah, Kenny does talk, but to be fair, when he does talk, he is pretty racist, and he says some pretty horrible shit.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, if we could, if Kenny could be understood more easily on South Park, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, sure. I do like the, like I even fight when people say you're crazy anymore. Like,
Yeah, that's been a lot of people. FD Signifier did a video on some of this stuff, and like his whole thing was like, I've been a big fan of Kanye for like, a long time, and it's really hard to see like someone that you love so much like just be here. It's like I support Kanye's music to a certain extent, but like I love you, bro, but
some of this stuff we need to talk about if we're gonna keep going.
and I don't blame him. Like I understand a lot of people feeling kind of like betrayed and confused by this turn of events.
Yeah, it's
The phrase like beyond the pale. No racist, bro.
all right.
I can't defend this shit.
Who's that attorney for OJ? If he's still alive, get your ass out of my office. I can't defend you. You on tape. Let's go to the next video. Oh, man.
I was tired of picking up the Yahoo and the netting, so for now he's just netting. I know some people call him BB, no, some of you call him Yahoo, but we're gonna call him netting. What you want, netting? Hey, yeah, right after this, I'm gonna say you're crazy. I'm gonna take your family away from you. We're not done with you yet. You cannot cause free thought. We have to control the history books. We have to control the banks, and we have to go and kill people.
Look at Alex Jones.
So, in a little while, hopefully you're going to take the mask off. Is this actually gay here?
I get it. That's why he got that net Yahoo. That was a yoo-hoo he put on his name.
Yeah, he was. I guess that used to be his little prop for Netanyahu. So now he gets to use a net. Y'all see his little Jew bashing friend over in that royal blue hoodie? This dude is literally surrounded by toxic people.
Yeah, Alex Jones is cool.
Yeah.
But the guy in the blue hoodie, that
Oh, wow, I wasn't expecting that. Alex Jones is
I mean, it's trying to justify it as he keeps surrounding himself by these people, and that's why he's so bad and whatnot. But I just the appearing to be racist twins here, talking about how this guy is surrounded by toxic people. I feel like there's a barrier there that they're not seeing.
might be. I don't know, man. And then it's, okay, I just got okay. So the Netanyahu stuff. So you know, like, what's the first name? Was it Omar? I don't remember his name. But like, yeah. So now we're getting into the thing of now there's 3 types of Jews technically. Okay, so you got the blacks who are Jews. You got the evil media controlling Jews and then Netanyahu, who I think like represents like Zionism and the Israeli state and all that.
Okay.
Which I don't know if those are supposed to be the same as the media controlling Jews or a whole different brand.
Well, the media controlling Jews is the same as the bank controlling Jews.
Yes, but that may not be the same as the policy.
All right. So
I don't
we're
know.
sitting there like
I don't know.
3, maybe 4 groups of Jews now.
And he definitely doesn't identify with the blacks who are actually Jews.
No.
So which ones does he identify with?
Well, he can't control the media controlling Jews because they're the ones that are against him. He can't associate with the bank controlling
Because
Jews
they froze his money.
because they froze his assets. So there's only one left.
But he doesn't like them either.
But that's why he's a Nazi.
I mean, and he is. I'm just saying, but okay. The other thing that got me is like, I'm a Jew, he says in an interview that he got called into to explain why he said he was going to kill all the Jews.
Yeah, right.
And then in the middle of that, he made a reference to self-deletion. I'm just saying, like, I'm so confused as to what his actual goal here is.
I don't know, but considering all the stuff that we watched, that one video that we started with, I'd like to do like an entire episode just about an entire day to just watching it through and reacting.
You have your own channel for that.
I don't have.
Actually, I don't know if you have a YouTube channel. You should get one. I'm kidding. We can totally do that if you want to. But we're starting where we were, though.
Yeah,
We're
no.
not going back.
30 minutes and 44 seconds. That's where we were at. Into the
That's-
hour and 40 minutes.
That's okay. We still got to finish that H3 video, too.
Yeah. I'll do that for you if you'll do the Kanye for me.
But what about John Doyle?
I mean, I'm okay with going after John Doyle. But after this, we need to do the Ben Shapiro Kanye episode as well, because you pulled that up and then we lost the page for it.
It ran away. It's not my fault.
Yeah. But we have 5 minutes left in this. 5.5 minutes.
I want to do like one Ben Shapiro video because I just really don't want to look at his stupid fucking face. But I want it to be that one video where he looked really bad.
Okay. I will let you pick the video. It's your channel after all.
That's Kanye's.
Yeah.
I don't understand a person of his acumen will be around a guy like Nick Fuentes.
Who? Alex Jones?
What?
What did you say?
I said, why would somebody of his caliber, his acumen, would be hanging out with
Who?
somebody-
Kanye?
No shit.
Because he's fucking nuts. That's why he's hanging around with him. That's obvious.
Well, he ain't crazy.
He ain't crazy. That dude is batshit crazy.
Well, maybe he doesn't take his medication.
He ain't take something. Got his little Jew bashing friend now wearing that damn hideous royal blue hoodie. He wore that shit on the Timcast show too. Looking like a damn televangelist.
Until you get to know him. And you know what? He's having the most fun out of this. He's back there smiling, and Kanye is just self-destructive.
Yeah. Kanye, that guy's actually threw the rope to Kanye, and he's actually hanging himself. We got one more video. Man, this shit never stops.
Video.
For the
Pause
ADL, I want to
Did
say
you see
there's
his
a lot.
face? Start the video, don't stop. Look how he's looking at me. He said, "This." I ain't gonna say.
Negro is gonna get me cancer. Like he want to say the N-word so bad. This is a bad look for him. He's gonna get a lot of publicity for the show, which is great because he's, I like Alex, but it's a bad publicity, but it's still publicity.
Yeah, but I want to say this, but Alex was trying the whole time to save him. He was throwing him a damn life preserver every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And Kanye was just throwing that shit. And he's literally drowned. He's throwing him life preserver. And after he asked that question, he's just looking like, come on, man. Please help me out of here.
Yeah, because this shit's live.
Yeah.
It's live.
All right, go ahead and roll it.
For the ADL, I want to say there's a lot of good Nazis that were just fighting for their country. And for them all,
Like George Soros.
for them all to get put in a box, they're all in a box. Every Nazi's bad. Well, could some of the Nazis have just been fighting for their country? Oh, they're all. Oh, we can't put them all in a box.
They was not, the Nazis was never fighting for the country. They was exterminating people that lived within the borders of that country.
Yeah.
That's not fighting for your country.
Yeah, our black asses was next.
Yeah.
All right.
At least that much is true.
No, I mean, many of the Nazis were just following orders. End quote.
Yeah, it's a shitty fucking thing to say.
If every single one of the guys that sat there and supposedly, according to what some of these people like this say, had just not done it and just sat there and went, no, which...
That's actually bullshit.
Yeah. Which, in the military, if you're given an unlawful order, you won't get punished for...
I don't think that would have counted in that particular military.
I know, but like in that one, they were probably worried about joining them for the circumstance. But even then, if the majority of them, they're saying, like, the majority of people sat there and went, no, this isn't good. If they had spoken up and not done the Holocaust thing...
If the majority, yes.
I mean, they're...
If even, like, a significant amount.
Yeah. Which they're claiming that's how these people were. The reason why they're all labeled as bad is because they performed the actions. They followed the orders instead of standing up for it. And we say that they're bad to show that if you just follow orders, you are just as responsible for the actions that occurred as the people who gave the orders.
Yeah. See, because from the other side, that guy can be like, I didn't do it, I just told them to.
Yeah.
They're the ones who actually did it. Why would that not be a reasonable argument by the way that you're arguing if somehow one side of this is less guilty than the other? No. You guys worked together, technically, to perform atrocities.
No. It will go... Many of them were fighting for their country as well. The majority of the Nazi forces were at war at the time because people saw them doing a Holocaust and went, that's not good. You need to stop. So they went to defend themselves and, try and take over most of Europe.
But check this out, right? Someone's like, hey, I need you to go do that thing. And you're like, okay. I don't care if you were ordered or asked. I don't care if someone paid you to do it or not.
You said okay.
They were the brain part of it and you were the body part of it, but together you guys did a bad thing. Y'all did a Holocaust together. Oh, what's that? But the average German citizen, how many people, non-Jews, just were like, you know what? Fuck this shit, I'm out.
I mean, there was a lot of them there was a lot of the Jewish community that,
well, yeah, I mean,
the foreshadowing of this.
Well, for the record, I'm talking. Those are people fleeing. I'm talking about people who were just like, yeah, I'm not a part of this. Bye.
Yeah, well, I mean, we get all sorts of reports because it was...
Well, isn't that the
of the 12,000 reported people, I don't know the exact numbers, I just know the rough estimations, but it's like of the 12,000 people that the Holocaust was performed on, that were in these concentration camps and everything like that, about 6,000 of them were Jewish. You had about 3,000, I want to say it was like...
1,000?
Huh?
1,000? I think you have your numbers wrong.
It's millions.
Yes.
Millions. Fuck. Brain.
No, I caught you on that one. Like, don't worry, I got your back.
I think I made the mistake earlier on in the...
Oh, no, I missed that one.
Yeah.
No, millions, guys. Millions.
Yeah, million. 12 million. 6 million of which were Jewish.
Yeah.
Another, 3 million purported to have
shit.
been
Other
part
minorities.
of the LGBT community
Oh yeah.
that weren't Jewish and were taken because they could not push forward. There's a word for it. I lost. Could not push forward.
Further.
Yeah. Propagate. That's the word I was looking for.
I figured.
Could not propagate the Aryan ideals.
Well, and then don't forget communists and other political dissidents, journalists by and large, and other minorities.
Yeah. So it's
That would
like,
make up another, 3 million or so.
yeah. But it's, they were, many of them were, under the ideals that they were improving their country. Many of them were trying to defend and get their country back on the line that it should be. And this guy had some great ideas for how to do that. He just also had these other ideas. And if we want to keep him doing the good things, we want to do the bad things for him. Like, those absolutely existed in.
Great ideas for how to do that. Go over there, kill them, and take their stuff. Rinse and repeat until we have enough stuff.
I mean,
Kill everyone who doesn't agree with us or fit our ideal of who we want to build this world for. Some pretty shitty ideas overall, I think.
yeah.
Especially
Can't
since
argue with you there.
especially since all of the other ideals that seem to have any positive effect on society whatsoever were only to pave the way for this to be possible.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong there.
Like disarming the populace.
But it's sitting there, it's just this thing, this concept that's like, many of them believed they were doing the right thing, but they performed a Holocaust.
Mm-hmm.
So no.
Collectively, as a group.
Yeah.
Teamwork makes the dream.
Now, mind you, there were also people who actually did the right thing amongst, the Nazi ranks.
Oh yeah, and a lot of them got super killed for it.
Yeah.
And that's fair because I'd still rather be killed for, justice than, be rewarded for being a piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, we have movies about some of them. Schindler's List. As a great example of someone who was on the Nazi side doing the right thing because he realized
this is a genocide.
This is a shitty thing to do.
I don't know very much about life, but I do know you're not supposed to do a genocide.
I can't help the parents, but I'm in charge of all these kids. Let's get them somewhere safe. And he died for it.
Yes, he did.
Like,
and hats off, soldier.
Yeah. You did the right thing. I salute you, sir.
I'm saying.
But it's just it's where that goes into it, where it's like that. Were they fighting for their country? Maybe.
But there are ways that.
But
there's ways to do both.
Yeah.
There's ways to fight for your country and not do a genocide.
Yeah.
Even if your country is insisting on doing a genocide, you don't have to participate in that.
Yeah, it's just.
I'm looking at you, Russia. Hey, look, I gotta give a look, and it sucks that a lot of these Russian soldiers are probably gonna get put to death now.
Yeah.
But that was a pretty gangster, pretty ballsy move from God, I can't even remember the guy's name, with the leader of Wagner Group. I didn't get to tell you what happened.
No, you didn't.
Okay, so there's Wagner Group. We've talked about it. They suck. We have talked about them, right?
We have not talked about the Wagner Group at all. That's what you were going to talk about.
They're mercenaries. They're Russian-based mercenaries. They're actually really important for, Russia.
Okay.
They're like the best Russian mercenaries.
All right.
They were part of the Ukraine conflict. They had a contract that was set to basically expire. And after that, they would have been pulled under the umbrella of Ministry of Defense.
All right.
And their leader just didn't want that. It was like, that's bullshit. We're free mercenaries and I want to stay that way. So a couple of weeks before that was supposed to happen, he just was suddenly you know what? I'm not going to lose another Russian life for this bullshit. And turned his forces around and started marching at Moscow.
God.
And just they got in within a couple hundred miles. And Putin was like spitting and throwing a fit, calling them terrorists, and then eventually like capitulated to their demands. Right. So these guys, they just waged war on Russia and won. Is what happened.
That's hard to do.
Apparently not.
It's
Apparently actually not that hard. Apparently all you got to do is not be as bad as Napoleon at getting to Moscow.
If you start from inside of Russia, I'm sure it's a lot easier.
Well, they weren't inside Russia. They were in the Ukraine.
Oh, well.
They came from a neighboring country and they marched their way to fucking Moscow. And
Didn't
on the
try
way,
and go through the Alps.
well, on the way, they did the opposite of what the Russians, of what Napoleon and everybody else did. Is they actually like stopped by where the Russians were and they were like, "Hey, this is bullshit, right? Come with us."
Yeah.
So like they had a pretty sizable force of like Russian soldiers that had basically
Defected. Yeah.
And then Dude Buddy got what he wanted, which was A, to never be under the Ministry of Defense, and B, to be stationed in Africa, so they could just go around, colonizing Africa and shit.
Right.
And they got that. And then he just basically fucked off. He was like, yeah, we're gonna take over, we're gonna fix this whole government thing, we're gonna fucking knock down, He said yes? Cool. Peace, bitches. And so I think there's a lot of Russian soldiers who are probably not going to get to go to Africa and be the Rhodesian warriors, as the joke was that I heard.
Yeah.
They're not actually going to get to do that. They're just going to have to go back to their units in disgrace and probably get put to death. Or, fuck off into the tundra.
Which is
Worse.
Yeah, close to the same thing, honestly.
I mean, I'd say worse. You get a quicker death by the hands of your officers.
Yeah, though many of them, from my understanding, are taught how to survive tundra conditions. So
You survive, but not enjoy.
no, not enjoy.
Again, the quick death would be better. I could live through the tundra, sure, but like at what cost to my toes?
Alright.
Again, my feet really, I've been stubbing them a lot. My feet hurt a lot.
Alright. 3 more minutes. Less than.
I don't think it's. That's an oxymoron. A good Jew, a good Nazi.
What he was
it's like
saying
a good white supremacist.
What he was saying, he was trying to say, is that there was some Nazis that were fighting against.
Yeah. I don't think it's. That's an oxymoron. A good Jew, a good Nazi.
What he was saying.
I like the little dog whistle there where he said he was about to say a good Jew is essentially a thing you can't find, and then like corrected himself. I don't know if it was a dog whistle. It was maybe just a Freudian slip. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I don't know. Like I said, I just found it funny that the closed captions corrected oxymoron from Nazi.
Nazi moron.
Yeah. Hey, if the boot fits.
Right? If the boot fits, throw it at him.
Saying a good white supremacist.
What he was saying, he was trying to say, is that there was some Nazis that were fighting against their will, because if you didn't fight for Germany, they would just kill you. Yeah, they call you. What did he call you? Betraying your country?
Crazy hell! I got a passport and flew the hell out of there. Back in those days, man, these borders wasn't as strict as it was now. You had opportunity.
You get one of them damn German bicycles, them damn Pee Wee Herman German bicycles, and ride my ass out.
Are they talking about the Jewish people in Nazi Germany trying to escape Nazi Germany?
No, they're talking about the good Nazis. By Nazi, they just mean German citizen at this point. What's up?
Okay.
Cool, go for it. Back to the video.
Side it out.
Yeah, the borders is not as strict as it was. Now, if you got a passport, I would have got the hell out of there. Well, who knows? But I think it's a full excuse, though.
Yeah,
I wouldn't justify any Nazi.
Yeah, why would you?
Well, why's Kanye doing it? Well, that's right, he's crazy.
Is that it? I'm sure there's more, but I got tired of it. Crazy as hell.
Oh man.
Yeah,
your official label is anti-Semite because you've been bashing Jews the whole time.
Holocaust
All your
denier.
problems are because of Jewish people. No, The problems you're having is because of Kanye, because
Yeah.
of Ye.
Self-inflicted.
Yeah. Yeah, that cancer you got following you everywhere you go, and that blue, hideous royal blue. I don't even think that's blue. That's like purple, ain't it?
It's like royal blue.
I like that they left in them just arguing about the color of the damn hoodie. It's like the end of some of my streams.
I didn't even really see the other guy.
I don't know.
Nick Fuentes, I guess it was, but
which I didn't realize that was part of Kanye's background there, that he was hanging out with that guy. That guy is pretty shitty. But that guy he keeps on going around on all the conversation circuits, and people keep talking to him for some reason, but everybody, like, on all sides seem to pretty much agree that he sucks.
I mean, if he agrees with Kanye,
he may be the reason for Kanye's rhetoric.
But I've heard about him in passing and everything like that, but I don't know anything.
Ben Beetle. I spelled it wrong. Alright, so I don't know if I'm gonna find that video. That's the one I want to watch, but I don't want to watch Sam talk about it. I just want to talk about it. Sam, damn it, I have to use your video. I don't think Sam Cedar's gonna sue me. I don't think he's gonna DMCA me for wanting to share this ridiculousness. So, for a little bit of background, Candace Owens is a horrible person too.
Yeah.
We've talked about her, you and I. For people at home, her background was, I guess some people were really racist to her once upon a time. And then, like, they got a slap on the wrist, and she got real mad about it. She told people about it, and they got more than a slap on the wrist. And that was all fine.
Isn't she also the one that created, like, a database?
That's what came next. Okay, that's what started. And then she was like, yeah, this bullying shit has got to stop. So then she made a professional doxing website. called social blueprint or some shit like that, or social, I don't know. But basically, it was just a way to catalog everything anyone said online and then publicly defame them and denounce them for saying it, possibly while also giving out their information, their personal information, to people. So that's shitty.
Yeah.
And that didn't work out so well. And then during all that, she seemed very, very left-wing. And then she disappeared for a little while. And when she came back, she had, by her own words, been severely red-pilled. And just everything that she had been saying before, she was basically on the other side of it. And she tries this whole, like, reasonablest sort of tactic where she tries to be really intellectual and to sound like she's appealing to reason and better judgment, while at the end of the day basically saying a lot of essentially hateful and a lot of times, like, really self-harmful stuff.
I mean, Kanye's been doing the same thing all day, so...
Yeah, but in her case, it's pretty clear to me that she knows better. Like, Kanye's more understandable. Because, like I said, there's definitely some element of mental instability involved in this, and of manipulation from outside, like, from external sources.
Yeah.
Candace Owens is shrewd. She knows exactly what she's doing, and she's doing it for the paycheck. I am quite sure, not for any sort of social change that she thinks will actually benefit her in any way. But I guess her boss, Ben Shapiro, like, he hasn't been super supportive of Kanye throughout all of this.
Yeah. No, I was seeing some videos where he was sitting there talking about how great he was in the early parts, but once he started specifically being, like, anti-Semite and stuff like that.
Yeah, which, I mean, Ben Shapiro is Jewish, so it's understandable that maybe these might finally be some sort of anti-Semitic comments that he might have to actually say something about.
Is he one of the Jewish businessmen that's trying to hold Kanye down?
I don't know. He definitely represents the Jewish media. So, and Ben Shapiro is like a supporter of the Zionists, of the Israeli state and all that. So possible. So we're just gonna watch this.
Speaking
We're
of
gonna
your
skip through it as much as
the
possible.
whole Jewish thing about you, Sam. Speaking of your Judaism, Ben Shapiro's addressed Candace Owens' remarks where she basically defended Kanye West, tweeting that he wanted to go, quote, DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. She spent her entire segment on it, asking a bunch of questions about what he was intending, giving him the most generous, I guess, interpretation possible, saying that you'd have to be disingenuous to assume that he was being anti-Semitic. Right, a lot of other just nonsense. And Shapiro came out with like,
You have to be disingenuous to believe he was being anti-Semitic by saying, I'm gonna go DEFCON 3 on all of the Jewish people.
Well, yeah, because I was saying she had the whole thing where she's like, well, DEFCON in particular, because he said DEFCON, like he spelled it DEATH-con.
Oh, God.
And she was like, well, we have to assume he meant DEFCON. First of all, you're being disingenuous when you say you had to assume something.
Yeah.
Give me a second, folks. There's a loud dog situation about to happen. All right, but yeah, so then she's all like, yeah, and just so you know, like, DEFCON is a defensive position. And it's like, yeah, but what, he didn't say DEFCON. He said DEFCON. DEFCON is not an accepted military position, but I'm going to assume that is not defensive.
Yeah, well, I mean, also you have to take into account the fact that most people don't know that DEFCON is a defensive position.
Well, it's not even technically a defensive position.
It's a military position. You said
it's
it right.
It's a military position of awareness, of alertness.
Yeah.
It's not a defensive position. That's just mischaracterizing it in the first place. DEFCON is, the higher the DEFCON goes, the more ready we are to explode.
Yeah.
And like, yes, it's a defensive position in that
it is
we are not currently attacking, but it is definitely preparing to be both defensive and offensive.
Yeah, well, it's, as you stated, it's the DEFCON is a statement of alertness. We are at risk for being attacked. Now, America historically, when attacked,
attacks back, yeah.
Attacks back instantly.
And also, according to Kanye, he was before that, and has continued to be consistently attacked by Jewish people.
Yeah. No, it's a thing, like, when 9/11 happened, we had boots on the ground within a week.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say it was like 4 days later we had boots on the ground in Afghanistan and Iraq. So like, sure, the DEFCON is maybe a defensive position.
I just feel like that's misleading, but sure.
But it's...
I don't feel like you're misleading anybody. I feel like she was being misleading.
Yeah. But it's like, DEFCON is a American military strategy, and America's military strategy is either...
aggression. It's aggression.
Well,
it's aggression, dude. It's either aggression or implied aggression.
It is aggression when we receive aggression, or aggression before we can receive aggression in situations like, Vietnam. But it's an interesting position to take. All right.
This position to take.
Yeah.
Really lukewarm critique initially of Kanye West via a tweet. He's increasingly been feeling the heat and has gotten a bit more critical. And now he speaks out about Candace Owens' commentary specifically, since they are both in the Daily Wire fam.
Candace and I disagree about a wide variety of topics. One of the features, not the bugs, of Daily Wire Plus is the fact that we openly disagree about all of this stuff. I share my opinions about what I think Candace is saying. She shares her opinions about what she thinks. Then I'm saying we battle it out. It's one of the things that you get at Daily Wire Plus is the fact that there is a wide variety of opinions. Listen, on a personal level, I get Candace defending her friend. She's very close with Kanye West. I get it. I don't think that her defense of Kanye is correct or convincing. I think that the real answer to the Kanye West.
I actually agree with Ben here. I do understand her defending Kanye, not due to friendship. Money. It's good money. It's probably some from him and some from him.
I mean, I don't expect, like, I don't know enough about the Daily Wire to be able to comment, but from what I've heard about it, from you, from some of the,
They've been described as Breitbart with a slightly more professional outlook.
yeah, but
He used to work for Breitbart.
I don't know how genuine, we'll say.
Oh no,
The
very little
well,
genuine quality.
How genuine he's being with the statement of we all have different opinions and we discuss this and everything like that.
I believe that they all have different opinions. I also believe that they all have scripts. I believe they all have very strong opinions. I believe that Candace Owens came out and defended Kanye exactly the way she did with this video in mind as strategy. So that they could have a person defending Kanye, but also a person distancing the company as a whole from the Kanye drama.
Alright, I can see that.
Yeah, when I say very little genuine quality here. Everyone definitely has their own opinions. And I'm sure to a certain extent they talk about them. But the only opinions anyone speaks are the ones he lets them.
Yeah. Alright. Well, let's see what he
And I
has
might
to
be
say.
giving him too much like creative control here. Maybe it's not him particularly. I definitely, in my brain, he is the Daily Wire.
Alright.
Rest of it is Kanye is a bipolar human being. I mean, he's made this very clear. I talked about this on the show. And bipolar people tend to say extraordinarily bizarre things and ugly things. And again, that doesn't excuse the bizarreness or the ugliness of the actual remarks, which, as I will say once again for the 1,000th time, are in fact anti-Semitic. But there's a difference between somebody cohesively saying what Kanye West said and Kanye West saying things in broken grammar in the midst of what appears to be a bizarre period of his life in which
His grammar was as good as it ever is. I mean, I'm not saying he has perfect syntax or anything, but he didn't sound...
Maybe he wasn't sophisticated enough. This guy is the guy that hangs out with Jordan
Sophisticated? No, he definitely wasn't sophisticated enough.
No, it's just like it doesn't matter what kind of grammar you use. Hate is hate.
Yeah.
If I hear somebody from the, Louisiana Bayou with that fucking broken grammar associated with that area, spouting hate, it's still hate. Doesn't matter what kind of mental state they're in.
Hate is still hate, yep.
Like, I'm sorry, like, that's gotta be a point of contention where it's just think of, like, it's, oh, no, he has mental health issues, he has bipolar disorder, and there's also a big difference between somebody actually, like, eloquently stating anti-Semitism and someone brokenly stating no, there isn't, they're both anti-Semitic.
Yeah, the only difference is someone puts more work into their, elocution. Yeah.
What?
Ben, dude. Ben's a real piece of work. Sorry, you got the buttons.
in which he is presenting Adidas executives with porn in front of their face. And I'm not going to treat that the same as Ilhan Omar saying openly anti-Semitic stuff as an elected congressperson.
All right. Heard different mentions of this. What is the Adidas porn fucking thing?
No clue.
Because like if
No
it's
idea.
just sex in advertising, that's been going on for decades now.
Well, I remember this is around the same time as the Balenciaga bondage bears. Like, sex in advertising has been pushing certain boundaries that people are really uncomfortable with right now.
All right.
Particularly if the designers are gay or trans.
That's fair. It's I don't know, I may have to look into that more just to figure out what the hell everyone's talking about. Well, specifically, apparently, like Adidas had this like porn scandal thing going for it. I don't know if it was a sex appeal thing or what. Or was it just one of their commercials being too risque? Well, I mean, I don't want to show it on the stream or anything like that, but you have information about it.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
But here, we'll save that for later and whatnot. Let's get back to the video.
I don't need no Adidas porn.
Person in the United States of America. So
okay, interesting. So I just have a quick question for Ben Shapiro here. It's amazing that his, well, I guess it's just more of an observation. It's amazing how his empathy can extend to Kanye West, who is clearly, yes, he's bipolar, and perhaps he has some sort of episode happening right now that would make sense. But not for, say, Ilhan Omar, who was in a refugee camp, and how that might inform her perspective on Palestinian apartheid, or the fact that Rashida Tlaib still has family within Palestine, and that might inform her perspective on Israeli apartheid. Now he has empathy for somebody who's actually tweeted something anti-Semitic, but the empathy does not extend for like real-life human experiences for people who might have a more humanitarian perspective towards Palestinians.
Of course, because the reason why he brings up Ilhan Omar is because her criticism, in fact, was not only not anti-Semitic, it was incredibly legitimate about and so uncontroversial that even Thomas Friedman had said something almost identical years earlier. But what I find interesting is, okay, if you're going to say that the reason why you're not excusing, but you're explaining Kanye West things because he's bipolar and he's saying things that are bizarre and inappropriate, then isn't there some critique that you might want to reserve also for Candace Owens, for Tucker Carlson, and for any other of your right-wing buddies who are exploiting what you say is clear mental illness to attempt to score political points? Like, if you're going to acknowledge the fact that the guy is going out and he is basically, there's no one around him who is willing to basically provide him the help that he clearly needs. You're saying he's going through some type of psychological episode. Well, how about holding to account those people around him who are basically taking his psychological episode and waving it around as some type of club? I mean, that's the thing, is he wants it one way, but he won't accept the implications of the way that he wants it.
Right.
To cover for Candace Owens. That's what I find fascinating. Well, I'm going to excuse his anti-Semitism, or just at the very least explain it because he's having an episode. But I'm not going to talk about the people who are basically wielding him around to make some, frankly, somewhat of a racist point. And because the sort of racist point that he's making, well, that's legit. But the anti-Semitic one that's coming around is you're sort of wielding this person who's going through a psychological episode. That's illegitimate. That's what's really going on here.
Yeah, right. That's a great point. Like in his, the anti-Semitism is a function of his mental episode, but the White Lives Matter stuff we agree with. So I mean, we're just going to totally ignore that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we can keep going.
Executives with porn in front of their face. And I'm not going to treat that the same as Ilhan Omar saying openly anti-Semitic stuff as an elected congressperson in the United States of America. So when it comes to Candace, I mean, look, am I still friends with, of course I'm friendly with Candace. Am I friendly with Tucker Carlson? I mean, Tucker cut a segment from his interview with Kanye in which Kanye said a bunch of anti-Semitic stuff. Listen, am I friends with Joe Rogan? Joe Rogan had on Roger Waters the other day. Roger Waters is a ridiculous anti-Semitic jerk. I mean, like, wide varieties of disagreement happen in this space. Bottom line is, when it comes to Kanye's remarks, undoubtedly anti-Semitic remarks. When it comes to Candace's defense of those remarks, I think Candace is dead wrong on what she said, while respecting her relationship with Kanye. She knows Kanye better than I do. She knows his motive. Okay, whatever. All of that I'm sure is true, and I will take that for granted. What she said about Kanye, I radically disagree with. I think that she is dead wrong. I think that it is not it betrays a lack of understanding about anti-Semitism and the scope of anti-Semitism. but we're allowed to have those disagreements. That's the way this works.
Boy, oh boy. Ben's not doing a very good job around the commissary.
Yeah, Candace
over
Owens.
there
She's
teaching Candace about anti-Semitism. You'd think if anybody would know, it would be those people on, at the commissary over in his what's the name of his thing? Right?
The Daily
What is
Wire.
Daily
it?
Wire Plus.
Daily Wire. Daily Wire Plus. Well,
Wow.
you hate to see it. You hate to see that type of disagreement.
Yeah, so Ben
But
Shapiro
let's
says
be-
Candace Owens is too loyal to her friends to be honest and lacks understanding about anti-Semitism. Print headline.
But let's also be clear, just to sum up, too, he's saying when you are having a mental episode and say stuff that is anti-Semitic, it's anti-Semitic. When you are having a mental episode and say stuff that is racist or denying of racism, you're right.
Right.
Basically what he's saying.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, that's the end of the video. I
Yeah.
didn't realize that.
Yeah. Well, when you see young Sam, it's all over.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's actually that much younger. He just looks that much different without his beard.
There's a little bit. I can see about 5 years difference. Might be more than that, but I can see about that.
Maybe. Could be. Not sure though. Can't tell. Don't care.
Don't care. Yeah, that sounds about right.
But yeah. So also typo in your description. He stakes out about Candace Owens. Anyways. So thoughts?
Sorry,
Yeah,
I was
no
trying
thoughts?
to figure out where you saw steaks at, 'cause I was looking at the title up there, not the description.
Yes.
Okay. I'm following along. No, it's like I've seen a couple of the clips before, people saying basically the same thing. It's like, oh, it's okay for you to. I still like the justification of bad things using mental health as an excuse. It's the weirdest thing to me because it's like, oh, with depression growing up, it's like, oh, it's not that you don't have energy or anything like that, you're just lazy.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that's always been put against me. It hasn't been until, last like 5 years that people have started like being understanding of a depressive episode.
Yeah.
The people that I generally associate with before that time were the people who were understanding of that because they understood and they went through it.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really hard. You can't just go to nowadays of like accepting of mental health is also accepting of the problems of mental health.
Yes.
And still taking, what we were talking about before with the accountability of mental health.
Yeah. I'm having a shitty day and I'm a little grumpy because I don't have any spoons left and I'm, understandably in pain and shit. However, that doesn't excuse my behavior, it just explains it. I will be making this up to you if I cannot control myself from getting a little snappy when something is a little frustrating for me.
Or if you're in the ability to, I'm going to remove myself right now. And we can come back to this later. But right now is not a good time.
Absolutely. Like there's
like
a
I
lot of
can't
ways
always
about it.
I can't always do that when I'm at work, but like if I have the ability to, I've done it here where it's like, hey, my brain's not doing too well. I'll be back tomorrow. We can hang out then. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, it's always better when people around you are going to be understanding of that, but like if you came over here and just were being a jerk, and then like you left and then you called back later and you're like, sorry, I'm having a bad mental health day, I'd be like, cool, but you were a prick when you were here. I need more than just a sorry, like we're going to need an actual heartfelt over here, but
Yeah.
And same for me, like I can be a dick. I'm just also like pretty willing to apologize when I've been a dick to the point where I will go out of my way to be like, hey, so I realized I did this and that was wrong of me. And people would be like, no, that was fine.
I've had that one too, and that one's always weird to me. It's like, no, it's not. Like,
I have to say that it's not okay. I appreciate that you don't want me to feel bad, but it's not okay.
Yeah.
I was a dick, and I recognize that. You don't have to, but this apology is here. If you need it, cool. If you don't, it's still here.
Yeah.
I was ruder than I wanted to be. I expect better out of myself. I want to be better than that. So this is me making sure that I remember I can be better than that.
Yeah.
It sucks to say that sometimes an apology is more for the person giving it, but honestly, a lot of the times it really is, because a lot of the times the people who you feel like you've wronged, whether you actually have or haven't, they don't see the harm the same way you do. However, that never means it's okay to just fucking act like an ass and then just be like, oh well, oops.
Yeah, it's there is no oopsie button. I'm sorry. It's acknowledgement and correction are one thing. The doing your best to not continue the bad habits, that's an important thing for mental health. I'm sorry, like there's no it's okay button really for mental health sort of thing. There's no excuse.
No, usually there's just backsliding and then making progress again.
Yeah. It's like I had similar conversations about that specifically with some of my friends who have gone through addiction, where it's like,
very similar, yeah.
I did this thing, and therefore it's like a lot of people sit there with addiction. It's like, oh, I did this thing and it's reprehensible. There's no way that I can recover from this, and then they fall back into old habits and everything like that. And I just sit there, and I've talked to a couple of them before where it's like, no. You did the thing. Your brain is basically telling you you have to do it.
Yeah, surprise, you're a human being. Chemicals matter.
Yeah, so, like, it's alright, but work with me if you're in the mood where you're wanting to do stuff like that again. Maybe just find me, talk to me, and we'll work on getting you, out of that situation. It's a thing that exists. Mental health is not an excuse. Addiction is not an excuse. It is an explanation, maybe. Not always a good one either. Situations like this, like started this particular segment from, oh, you said anti-Semitic shit while having a mental breakdown, if that's what happened. You still said the anti-Semitic shit. There's no going back from that. There's no oopsie button.
It does not go away. You might want it to, but it doesn't.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, like, if his fortune and everything breaks down from all of this stuff, his, assets are frozen, all that stuff, he ends up not getting them back, and he is in this potentiality to be poor.
It would suck, but I'd have like zero sympathy that he just had to live like a regular person for the first time in 2 decades.
Yeah, I'm more curious about what kind of personality he would have during that thing. Like, would he end up like the crazy old man under the bridge? Oh, them aliens.
No, because even if he lost all his money, he'd still have the platform, the fans, the fame. He'd still be heard. He'd still get to talk a bunch of shit. He'd still have the potentiality of being able to make money in a new way, etc., etc.
That's fair.
It's one of those things where it's not ever going to be true equity, because he is in fact Kanye West, and since that's a name everybody knows, he could, even if he was willing to be made fun of a little bit, he could probably just get a job as, quote unquote, a comedian or actor. Just take shitty roles where he looks stupid, but he'd still eat.
Yeah.
I don't know if he could do that. There's a whole ego there, but
yeah, that's more what I'm curious about, is that ego and how that's going to interact with everything.
The ego shrinks as the hunger grows.
That's true. Find yourself doing stuff that you weren't willing to before just because survival.
Yep.
All right.
And then let's not add the idea of potentially drugs.
Yeah.
Get some crack, you'll do some stuff you never thought you'd do.
All right. Any other videos that we want to watch? I know we touched on all the stuff that we kind of wanted to.
I think for now we're pretty solid. I think we are done. My overall general idea about Kanye has not changed, except in that I now know a little bit more about some of the things that are just as unfortunate as they were when I knew less.
Yeah, I didn't really know anything going into this, and I just kept getting disappointed.
Yeah, welcome to the world.
I had no expectations, and you still disappointed me.
Yeah.
But I'm the one that suggested this, so.
Yeah, it's a gift and a curse.
Alright, in that case, I should probably head home to my river.
Okay, well,
but
I will then be ending the stream here. And for all those who like video games, I will be playing stuff on Twitch occasionally throughout the week, probably not every day. Going to be scaling back a little bit on my game streaming so I can do some more research and writing, and also work at finding other avenues for financial success. Because as much as I like doing this, it doesn't really feel like it's working out too well as a career for me in particular.
yeah, I know that feeling.
I want it to. I'm still going to work at it, but I also gotta, make some money and pay for the land that we want to live on. So, oh no, I died. Yeah, I did. How much money did I make just like grinding here playing? I hadn't beaten the game with that weapon yet, so... Oh wow, almost 30,000 runes.
Nice.
I did get a win, though, with Hina today on Darkness 2. Kinda happy about that.
Okay.
This one's cool.
Temporarily transform into a deer.
Yep, well, while in deer form, you are invincible and deal 100 damage to enemies you run over. Deer form's damage is increased by summon damage and move speed.
Okay, then.
It's
Every
very
10 seconds.
Yeah, it's very disruptive to the shooter gameplay, but it's still kind of fun. Yeah, one. So she just has like when you reload, just a black hole that gets shot out from you and sucks everyone together. So you can just like get the shotgun.
Yeah.
Though she's got a bird, it deals curse damage. The ice chick. I guess she's supposed to be a gunslinger, but her move is just basically, if you have a full clip, you click it and it just randomly shoots it, but it takes time to shoot it. She like turns into a whirlwind and spins, but she can still take damage during it. Not good.
Yeah.
Every time you kill something, a ghost comes out of the map, goes and hits somebody.
Yeah, I saw you playing that one.
Random lightning chance, random shadow clone. Not random, you dash for the shadow clone. Fire damage, extra HP, and rerolling. I only have 5 characters left to beat this game with on at least 0, and then I will have essentially beat the game. But I also have to survive the temple once to unlock this character.
Yeah. Okay.
I beat the trick-or-treat level.
Periodically summon a tentacle.
Yeah, so, like, I don't know if you noticed, like, some of the kind of Lovecraftian nature of the enemies, but the second biome that you can play in is literally the temple with very extra Cthulhu-y enemies.
Okay.
And at one point, so, like, it's sort of wave-based. It's more, like, based on the time that happens, new things will start to spawn. But there's a particular boss that just spawns a shit ton of the explosive enemies. So, like, after a while, your basic enemies just all become the explosive enemies.
Yeah.
It's a real bitch.
I believe it.
Alright, guys. Thanks for watching. We're gonna get the fuck out of here. I'm not doing an outro screen. That shit's lame. Bye.